All right, testing, one, two, three. The stream has started. Let's see. Let me turn this off. Okay, see if I got anybody in here yet. Also, let me know how my audio sounds because I tried to like tweak it and I don't know if it sounds any better. So let's see. I'm like already botching this. Okay, so today we're going to be doing a drawing live stream, and I had people like give me prompts for this. So it's going to be my friend fighting a kangaroo in hell. Another one of my friends is going to be the ring girl for this fight. And there's also going to be the anti-hero Venom slash supervillain twerking in the background. I don't know if y'all seen the Marvel Rivals emote, but that's what was recommended. So we're gonna see how long this stream is gonna be. It's probably gonna be at least a couple hours. I'm just gonna see how everything goes. But I'm gonna go ahead and open up my canvas. This is Clip Studio, by the way, Clip Studio Paint. I'm gonna go with this illustration tab, and I'm gonna go 1440 by 1080. Now, usually if you're on like YouTube and stuff, you want to go from 1920 by 1080 because it's like a HD size, but this one is more of a kind of drawing poster size, and that's kind of what I'm used to like drawing at. So this is pretty much 24 by or 18 by 24. So I didn't warm up for this. I didn't really practice, but I kind of have in mind how I want this to go. I might make the canvas bigger as I go though. So, oof. Let me see where I put my tab. So I'm gonna pull up a picture of a kangaroo. I won't see it on the screen, but whenever you're drawing, you want to work with references. Not all the time, but most of the time you want to pull up a reference just so you can like see what you're drawing and just be as accurate as possible. Because if I like went and drew a kangaroo off rip, just off my imagination, let's see, it'd be like this already looks rough. But like, and this isn't gonna be the drawing, but I'm just like saying if I, and this actually looks kind of tough right now though. And I guess he's squaring up in this one, so all right. And then little legs. This is a horrible example. A tail, but you can kind of tell that's a kangaroo. But I know that's not accurate. So, and then a little Joey in the pouch. But let's delete that. So, as goofy as that was, I know that's not accurate. It was a quick drawing, so it'd probably be better if I actually took it seriously. But all that to say, you should definitely use references. Let me see if I could pull up a kangaroo. And this is probably going to be more of a demonic looking kangaroo. Let's jazz it up a bit because this is a fight that takes place in hell. So, okay, let's see if I can find one in profile. All right, so I'm about to try that again. I'm gonna start a new layer. And whenever you're drawing, especially in a software like this, you really want to work in layers. And I'll probably show you why as I go along, but you'll just start to see. I'm gonna draw this a little bit bigger. I'm gonna start with the head and get like the shape to it. It's kind of have like the same shape almost as like a horse Let me see. This is so I don't think I've ever like sat down and drawn a kangaroo before. So I'm just starting with like the rough sketch, but it'll look good when I finish it. I guarantee it. But let's see. Let me move this over a bit. It's a good thing about digital art software. You can just kind of move things around. But let's see. Kangaroos are so weird, dude. Like this looks like a mix of so many creatures. I mean, right now it looks like a duck how I'm drawing it, but all right, so it's kind of got like this arched back to it. And I'll change this as I go. If if you're drawing something, you probably want to like, or at least how I do it, I usually like to warm up before I do something like this where it's like an actual reference. So I'll do like some gesture drawings. I didn't do that today though, which is gonna make this even more chaotic. Bro, this is wild. This is a wild first sketch, but we're just gonna trust the process. Never give up when you're drawing a picture, no matter how ugly it looks. You might have to like leave and come back to it, but we're starting to see it take form. It looks like a creature right now. I swear it'll look 10 times better when I go back over it. I'm just trying to get the form of this creature, and then I'll start making it my own. And then it's got like these little rabbit ears up top. So we're gonna go. I like how perched up they look right here. Yeah, I like that. So it's starting to look like something. Not the best thing ever, but it's starting to look like something. Let me move it over. And I know this is taking up a lot of space, and it's you're probably like, how is all this gonna fit on this canvas? But I can change sizes, so another benefit of working in a digital kind of platform. Yo, a kangaroo's legs are these legs are weird. This A kangaroo is such a weird creature. Okay, so this is a little big now. I'm gonna control T and shift it down. This is like a giant rat creature. Okay. Okay, so gosh, this is such a weird creature. I usually don't draw animals either. At least not accurately. I mean, this is still kind of cartoony. So there's that, but I genuinely don't know where this because any image I look up, it's either like hopping or just on the ground, so it's hard to see its feet. Let's see. You know what? It's gonna be relatively small in the entire picture, so I guess I won't worry too much about the feet. So, all right, so this is the kind of rough sketch of it. Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna s- I'm gonna lower the opacity. That's like 39, and I'm gonna turn it up, and then I'm just gonna draw over it. So this time I'm cleaning up stuff and trying to make it more of my own. So let's go in on the face. Let's get serious here. And I like to shrink my brush a little bit. Let me zoom into my reference picture. Okay, so let's start off with the eyes. Okay. Again, it's kind of got like this horse-like, kind of almost dog head. This is like the best way to describe it. There's like a mix of so many creatures. Gonna give him a little nose, come down. Now you can see it's starting to look more like an actual kangaroo than just a rough drawing. So we got the head. And now we're gonna kind of hone into these little bunny ears. All right. And I could be talking to myself right now. I have no idea if anybody's in the stream right now. Let me check the chat. My boy DeAndre, what's good? Let's see. All right, and then let's see. We're gonna bring this down. So now we got a decent head going. And oh my goodness. Okay. So I'm just kind of locked in, just trying to get this rough shape of the body. The arms are weird because they're not like, obviously they're not like human arms. It's kind of like this kind of patch of fur where like the shoulder and the forearm are, and then it kind of like goes into this lanky forearm. And a lot of times we see kangaroos in like cartoons and stuff, and we don't notice like the claws that their paws have. So let me see. This is going to be the rough part because hands are already difficult, but like actual claws. And matter of fact, I forgot this is supposed to be a fight. So let's see if I can like stylize the other arm. I'm gonna look up a kangaroo actually boxing somebody. Yo, kangaroos are actually menaces. Like this is actually insane. All right, so when you're stylizing something, you kind of want to go a little bit crazy. So if I were just drawing this from a reference, it'd be a lot easier. But to actually make up a fight, because kangaroos don't just box like normal humans. They don't just like put up their arms and stuff like that. They just kind of swing arms. Oh, this is gonna be hard. This is gonna be so hard. This makes it like 10 times harder. See, now I'm getting self-conscious because it looks rough. But Steven, I want you to know if you're watching this, whenever you watch this, you made this a million times harder. Jeez, this is rough. Okay, I'm going to put both of these layers into a file because this is giving me trouble. And I'm gonna take a break from this kangaroo, Control T, put it to the side, shrink it a bit, because you don't want to focus too much in on something that's giving you a hard time because that'll just make it stressful and nobody wants that. You got to keep moving. So we are going to draw the other menace himself, Steven. He's the LA Knight on Instagram. I can link that after this stream is over. But he's going to be the one taking on this kangaroo. All right. He said 100 gorillas isn't enough for him. No, the one gorilla isn't enough for him. He didn't need the other 100 guys. So he was like, let me box a kangaroo in hell. So thanks to you for making this that much harder. So let me see. I'm gonna actually start off by kind of making just a random kind of drawing. It's not gonna look like him at all. It's just kind of gonna be a stick man. And that way it'll help me kind of see how he's gonna fight this kangaroo. Because I can make the kangaroo match his kind of fighting stance, I guess. So I got the basic stick figure out that quick. So let me Again, you won't be able to see any of my reference images, unfortunately, but I want to just go on Instagram and see. Dang, he ain't got no pictures on his. Bro, you made this that much harder. Oh, wait, no. No, I got it. All right, all right. So since he didn't actually send me a picture of himself, this is gonna make it that much harder. But I got you. I got you, dog. If you go ahead and send an image, that'd be great. But I got you regardless. So I'm gonna go back to my pencil brush just to sketch. All right, and then I'm gonna do these basic this kind of cross plus shape so I can know kind of where to put the eyes and stuff. If you ever see an artist do that, they're just kind of trying to map out where they're gonna put anything. So let's see. He's kind of got more of a narrow kind of head. So, my gosh. And then I'm not gonna get too into the like key details of this right now. I'm just kind of trying to again get the form. Basically treating this like one of my comic characters. So you're gonna see like how this goes from like the stick figure to an actual full-on character. And this will kind of be where the legs go. I'm not even like using a reference for this. I'm really just using my imagination. So it's probably gonna look a little off. I should pull up a reference for this though. Give me just a second. Let me do it. While I'm doing this, let me check the stream again. Appreciate you tuning in, by the way, DeAndre. If you ever gotta, dip out early, I understand, but I appreciate you for showing up. All right, so we're just gonna do some legs. I can't wait to see how this is. The, one of the best parts of the process is just like seeing it from start to finish because it's so rough when it starts, but you see just like right now how the image is kind of starting to get some energy to it, and even how the figures kind of change pose. Let's see. So it's kind of taking a standoff. I might not even have them like swinging. I might just have them with that energy of the stare down. So already we got the two main characters of this piece. I'm gonna clean him up a little bit. Yeah, I might not do too many references just so I can have it like feel that much more unique. All right, so now we're gonna like tighten him up a bit. So again, I'm gonna go to my brush. I'm gonna like shrink it just a little bit. I want his head to be a little bit more downward. Oof. So he looks a little bit more serious. And again, he didn't send me a reference image, so it's not gonna look exactly like him. But let's see how this goes. So I want him to look kind of aggressive. I'm gonna make his eyes a little bit wider so we can see like some anger. It's kind of like something out of the Boondocks right now. It's kind of like that kind of anime-esque style. All right, and then go back and draw the ears, and you can see it kind of deviates from the original outline, but that's kind of how it goes. Let's see. All right, my boy's got a hat and dreads, so we're gonna draw a hat and some dreads. Kind of have it match the just the shape of the head. So I'm gonna draw the head again. It looks like a pretty decent sized head to me. All right. I know there's not too much going on the stream, but I think it's just kind of interesting just to see how things evolve over time in this drawing. Let's see. I kind of want the dreads to kind of be flowing. Maybe he'll like run up on him. He's got to be screaming. If you know this dude at all, he's gonna be screaming. And now you can kind of see he's got some expression going. Like he's starting to look more like a character as it goes along. So he's a lot more cartoony than the kangaroo because again, I'm not really working too much with a reference on this one. And I'm just kind of gonna make that neck kind of flow with this. So bear with me. It'll get better. I swear it'll get better. But let me know how it looks right now. I think it looks all right. Let's see. All right, and then we're just kind of, if you can see this midline, we're just kind of gonna go in that curved shape and just have it kind of follow that line from the head to the torso. All right, I want him a little bit more expressive, so let's see if I can. Hmm. Let's have his other arm kind of follow that same motion. So we're gonna bring it in and have like a little bit of foreshortening instead of just like it going straight down. And then we're just gonna bring this arm down. Whenever you draw an arm, it's basically like the shoulder, the bicep, and then like the forearm. So if you're not good at drawing arms or just body parts in general, just remember those three parts. I was pretty bad at drawing muscles at a time. Still not the greatest, but man said the kangaroo look good. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's see. But yeah, I was bad at drawing muscles at a time, but once you like, especially if you know some anatomy, it like really helps because then you know where certain parts of the body go. All right, so but yeah, and again, we're gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna hit P to just get my pencil again. All right, and we're just gonna draw that shoulder, the bicep, and the forearm. And I'm gonna bring the arm up just a little bit. The drawing just changes over time, but that's a good thing. You don't wanna force it to be something it's not. Just kind of just go with the flow. At least that's how I do it. So now you can see he's in this more kind of agitated. There's a cool duality too, because he's just kind of all energetic, and then the kangaroo just like whatever, dog. So let's see. I'm gonna bring this up, and then I'm gonna do this folder. All right, so I've got both of these in like a folder. There's like two layers per each of them, but I can like move them all at once rather than just getting like the outline to the kangaroo or whatever. For all y'all that don't really make art, this is probably going over y'all's head, but I think for anybody that tunes in that wants to get into like digital drawing, I think this will help. But let's see. Okay. Also, I'm gonna name these. So this folder is gonna be called Kangaroo, and this is gonna be called LA. All right. Now, before I go on, let me make sure everything's right with the stream. I don't know how to like put the chat and everything on the screen right now, so just bear with me. This is my first time doing this, so But yeah, let me know how you're liking the stream so far, though. Let's see. Okay, okay. All right, yeah. So let's keep going. All right, so the legs are looking kind of wonky right here. Again, that happens when you're not using a reference. It kind of gets a bit more stylistic. So the more imaginative you want it to look, the less you want to work from a photo. But if you want it to look like super realistic or you really want to get the forms right, I'd advise to look at a reference. And there's nothing wrong with it. People have used references just throughout history to draw, even like Renaissance painters and stuff like that. They, dig up corpses or whatever. But they wanted to get that form. They wanted to get that realism to how things look. All right, so now the leg's a little bit longer. And we've got the foot right here. Got both feet. So yeah, he's starting to have a bit more character to. I can't get over the kangaroo just like just doesn't care. I might have him just have that don't care expression the whole time. I think that'll actually fit better. Let me actually just erase that. Since bro didn't send me his picture, he's gonna lose anyway. But Steven, if you're not watching, you're going to lose this fight. Okay, so I'm gonna give him like some clothes right quick. So I'm just basing him off this like one image he's got on IG. Let's see. First off, I'm gonna go in. Is there another layer to this? Okay, so I'm gonna put. Let me see. I'm gonna put LA. Like his hat actually says LA, but it'll just fit the picture because it's like a double entendre kind of deal. Trying to see how to make this logo. Hope I don't get sued. Can I get sued for this? I don't think I can get sued for this. I gotta go back and fix this up later. But oh crap, what did I do? Oh, okay. So one thing to be careful about when you're working with layers is just managing them. Let me see if I could. So if I move this, you see I drew the legs and the LA in the same thing. So to fix this, you can just kind of go and put this little selection area over it. I can control X to cut, and then I can control V and it'll put it in its own separate layer. And then I can just move the LA around. So now it's not even an issue. Now, if I do that in certain situations, it's going to be a problem. I'll probably end up making the mistake later on today, but let's hope that doesn't happen. So I'm going to make another layer. I need to name these, but I don't feel like it right now. And I'm going to give him. All right. So he's got like this t shirt. So when you're doing that, the t shirt kind of goes to the contours of the body anyway. So right now, I'm just going to give him like just two lines right there for like the sleeves. And then I'm going to give him the little collar right here. I feel like a collar would actually go a little bit lower, but it's just a rough sketch. And then he's got like these overalls. They kind of go up. There's like one not attached. So already you can kind of see the fit is getting a bit more detailed. Let's see. He's got like some bracelets. I don't feel like drawing those, so I'll probably give him either some wristbands or a watch. Or maybe I could do both. I feel like this would kind of give like some Dragon Ball energy if he's got like wristbands. So yeah, I think that's cool, right? Let's see. And then he's got some Nike shoes, some Jordans. Let's see how this works. Now, I'm not the best with shoes. I will admit that. I can draw some decent ones. I'm probably not even gonna make these Nike just because I don't want to like be like, hey, what kind of Jordans are those? And then it just doesn't look right. So I feel like I'm messing this up. I'll fix it later, but we just kind of want the basic shape of it. And then this shoe or this foot doesn't look the best, so I'm just kind of gonna reshape it a little bit. Yeah, this is rough. And especially when you're in digital, or even if you're doing like an actual traditional painting or something like that, you can always go back over it. So this is already funny looking. I already like this piece. So I'm gonna go back in now that I'm taking a break from the kangaroo and fix him up. So let me pull up, got my tablet right here, and I'm gonna look at the reference image. Give me 1 second. I got like nothing but kangaroos just boxing on my tablet right now. I wonder if that's some kind of crime. It's like you have like several images of like kangaroos like fighting on your tablet. It's like I swear I don't condone animal cruelty, but I will say two kangaroos boxing is hilarious. Now, if I had to fight one, I would cry. Grown man tears, of course, but I would cry. So let's erase this shoulder because it's kind of out of place and we don't need it. And then we're just kind of gonna, oh man, this is really small. We're gonna just draw this other arm. The kangaroo arm kind of goes inward a little bit and comes back down. So we're gonna do that. I still don't feel like drawing the claws right now, and I might not even need to, because who's really gonna know besides the people watching the stream? So we'll just leave that like that for right now. Bring in the stomach a bit. Now these legs, it's got like these big old chicken thighs right here. Uh, how do people draw animals, dog? Animals are cool, don't get me wrong, but if I had like I'm so bad with drawing nature and animals, it's like not even funny. Like if that was my career, I'd be out of a career. And I guess it doesn't have to be perfect because this is gonna be like more of a cartoon image. So let me not get in my own head about it. Whenever you're drawing something, you want to keep a positive attitude because you have to look at this for hours on end. So if you're hating it constantly for hours, then it's just like, what am I doing? And fortunately for me, since I draw cartoons, I have the luxury of stylizing it. And if it doesn't look great, well, it's a cartoon. So I'm just gonna bring out these legs a little bit once again. And then I'll fix it up and I hate these legs. I really do. Like legit, that's kind of how kangaroo legs actually look, but it's bothering me. Anyway, so we got the main two on the stage. I've drawn them for long enough. So let's get ready to do the actual background. So this is going to be a fight that takes place in hell. All right. And there's a lot of different interpretations of hell, but usually when I think hell, I think something fiery. So what I'm gonna this is gonna be rough. Why did I do this? If you're drawing something and you're thinking, why do you do this? That might be a good sign. That might be like this is gonna be really fire. And you always want to see it through to the end, even if it's like hideous. But let's see. So I'm going to do a purplish color for the background to make it easier to differentiate everything that's going on. So don't exactly know how this is gonna go right now, but I'm just gonna do this kind of just a line. It's very basic, but it'll get the point across for right now. So let's just practice some effects right quick. I'm gonna draw a new layer and I'm gonna name it effects just so I don't confuse myself. Okay, so if I were to close up on him, I'd want a few like fiery bits going past him. Like it's very close and you wouldn't really notice it once you zoom out, but it starts to get cool. And that makes it more dramatic, even around like the kangaroo, little bits flying. And you'll see this a lot of the time in manga as well. If you ever see like a blank manga panel, like a blank background and something serious is happening, they'll usually have like little bits of dust kicking up. So that makes things more interesting. So let's set the actual background on fire. Let's see how that works. We're just gonna do some flames. Now, a mistake I already made is that the fire is kind of going in this right direction, and then the flames are kicking up to this left. So we want both of these to match. So I'm gonna select that, and then can I transform this without leaving the layer? I don't think I can. Let's flip that horizontal. Oh, I can. So yeah, I'm gonna flip that horizontal, and now it's kind of matching the flow of the other flames. All right, let's keep this going. Okay, so this is very basic, but the background is starting to take shape. Um, I don't think both of these figures should be so prominent. I think we get the idea that they're the main part of the composition, but I think they can be a little bit smaller. So let's shrink them down. And they're still there, but there's going to be a lot more going on. So let's move them around a bit. Okay, so let's do some more with the background. I want some I want this to kind of look like either like maybe volcanic, like the Goku versus Frieza fight or Anakin versus Obi-Wan. I think those are two really cool parts for this or like scenes to reference for this. So I'm gonna go on my tablet again. I know y'all won't see it, but just bear with me. And I'm gonna pull up, Mustafar from Star Wars, which is just a fiery planet. Mustafar is just planet Namek destroyed. That's what it is. I think, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's like it's the exact same thing, which don't make no sense how there's an entire volcanic planet. But I love Star Wars, by the way, if you couldn't tell. So we're gonna have them fighting on some rocks. It's gonna be like lava rocks. If you ever see this big blob of a brush that I put down, I chose the wrong brush, but let's go in. I drew that in the wrong layer. Okay, so we're just gonna get like this rough rock right here, and then it's kind of gonna be surrounded by lava. Gonna have a few cracks, and that'll help divide both of the characters. Makes it more dramatic. This will be really cool for effects later because you can have like this dramatic lighting going on. You can start to see the vision already. All right, so got our basic background going. We've got like a few effects. So it's already starting to take shape. This looks pretty cool in my opinion. I don't know about the rest of you, but let me see. Let me check the chat again. Kangaroo. Hey, I was thinking that. Hold on. We might actually see that. Let me see. Kangaroo having the high ground. Give me a sec. I might actually do that in a sec. Let me read some more of the. Oh, my boy Colton's in here. What up, Colt? Big old thigh. Yeah, like kangaroos are weird, dog. Any animal that got hops like that, even bunnies, they have like big old chicken thighs. So let's see. Okay, so hold on. I do want to give the kangaroo some high ground though. That was actually So this is gonna not see. He already looks more imposing just looking down on him. I like that. I really like that. Okay, let's draw him a bit further back. So if I'm doing that, I'm gonna hit E on the eraser and just take out. Matter of fact, let me get the selection tool and just take out this right here. Delete, Control D. No, this looks cool though. Okay, so let's see. I might put him higher than that. I think I could put him higher than that. Whoops. Okay. If I put him this high, then I should probably put him lower. So what I can do, I can click this little box and it'll hit that check mark, and I can do the same thing on my little background layer, and now I can move both these. I accidentally moved the other rock too, but I think that works. No, this is a little bit more dramatic. Yeah, let me move him a little bit more. I like that. I like that. All right, let me. It's over, the Steven. I have the high ground. This is this is hilarious. I love this picture already. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious. Okay, okay. Let me let me. Oh my god, that is funny. All right, I'm gonna P, not P. I'm gonna hit P on the keyboard and finish up this little rock. Oh my gosh. Hold on, I can't. I. It's hard to take this seriously. This is so hard to take this seriously. If you're having this fun while drawing, you're probably doing a good thing. And so now you can kind of get this kind of energy. He's lost and he's just like sarcastic. He just does not care. Okay. So let me think about what else I have to do for this. Oh, yes, yes, yes. My friend Caitlin, who did not send me her reference photo either and is probably asleep right now. Let me just hmm. I'm gonna draw another rock in the back. This is gonna be hilarious. So I'm gonna draw another rock in the back. I'm gonna select it. Uh, I'm just gonna put it somewhere near the middle. And then I'm gonna do another stick figure. So bear with me, it might look funny at first, but I'm gonna get my blue, and then this doesn't have to be as detailed since it's the background. And I'm gonna pull up like a ring girl that you'd see in like a wrestling match or a boxing match. And that's going to be what Caitlin is doing. If hopefully, I'm probably gonna have to just pull up one of her pictures too and just do the same thing. Because also, if you are enjoying this stream and you have any ideas for what I can do in another stream if I do one, please let me know. But yeah, we're gonna start with the bobblehead, and then let's see, we gotta have them arms up, draw a little hand, kind of like an open kind of. Okay, and then what should it say? Should it say like round one or final round? What would y'all? Ooh, this could be the title for the piece that's on. So like whatever I call this picture, I'm gonna like finish up this sign right quick, and y'all let me know what should be on the sign. But yeah, I'm probably gonna have to shrink this too. So let's see. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I drew this in the layer with everything else. So I'm gonna have to take this out and put it in its own separate layer. This is And it's like not a big issue, but it's something you can run across in digital art. Just the layer management, especially if you're not too organized. So I'm gonna control V to paste this back in. And I'm gonna put this in its own separate folder and I'm gonna call it Caitlin. I'm gonna just put Kate actually. Save a little bit of time. All right, so transform, shrink this a bit. There's so much already happening in it. I already love this piece. Let's see. Tablet turned off. Let me. Okay, so I'm gonna go back, give her some legs. Let's see. I'm gonna have to shrink this again. I'm definitely gonna have to shrink that again. So yeah, this is a lot of. If you ever wondered how the art press process goes, at least for me, this is pretty much how it goes. A lot of like trial and error and cleanups and just going back over stuff. So I can always fix this up later. It looks a little weird right now. I'm gonna have to probably change this up a lot. I'm gonna shrink her again. She's in the background, and I don't want her to take too much attention from the piece. She'd probably want to, but okay, so let's see what the chat said. Let's see. Sudden death. I like sudden death. No, the kangaroo kicking him back down would be insane. All right, all right. So we're gonna call this sudden death. That's gonna be the name of the piece. I like this too because it's like interactive, so I can like change it actively based on what the chat is saying. Thanks, Ed, for participating as well. All right, so I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna change the actual words later because I'm gonna have to go back. But just as a reminder, I'm gonna go sudden death. And then it's kind of like a Smash Bros thing too. This does kind of give some Smash energy too. All right. Okay, so to make things easier on me, I'm gonna go in this background, get this rock, and then just put it in the same folder with Caitlin. That'll make things easier. So yeah, as you can see, there's a lot of just hopping around that goes on because my mind is kind of sporadic and it's hard for me to focus on different things at one time. But yeah, so now we've got our star, Steven over here, battling this kangaroo who has the high ground, and then our unfinished Caitlin ring girl over here. And if I'm not mistaken, there were two other elements that I needed to include in this. So one of I don't know if he subscribes to me on YouTube. I don't even know if it's a he, but they'll be on my YouTube occasionally, and it's this one guy, and he was like, Venom twerking, or no, he specifically said Venom throwing it back. So now, somewhere in this piece, I have to do the little symbiote boogie emote from Marvel Rivals. So that's gonna make this even more chaotic. This is truly hell. This is truly hell. So uh, sometimes you have to take a breather just to like take in what the heck you're finna do. So I'm gonna zoom in and then I drop this purple again. Matter of fact, let me just do two separate colors. So now I have a blue and a purple. Oh my gosh, what am I doing here? Okay, so let's draw. I can draw something floating since this is kind of Star Wars is. Let me just do something in the background for right now. I'm gonna just draw a floating platform or something like this. That would make it even more Smash like. All right, I don't like that rock. I already know I'm finna have to zoom in for this one. What did I? Okay, I drew that in the same layer. I'm not the best digital artist now that I'm doing this, but let's see. I'm gonna go ahead because I know I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna do a new folder for Venom. Control D to deselect. All right. And now on my tablet, I gotta go and look up Symbiote Boogie so I can see Venom throwing it back. My search results are gonna be very interesting today. I just imagine like FBI or Big Brother or whatever, just looking at search history, just be like, "What is bro got going on today?" Okay, so let's see. This would probably be better to look up on YouTube, considering it would. I don't even want to think too much about how detailed I got to be on this. And now I have to look at Venom's cakes for like however long I'm doing this. Let me check the chat again. I wish I did have a freaking yo, an ad for a sponsor would be sick. If I had a sponsor, that would go crazy. Okay, so rethinking my life choices. But I'm gonna have to probably separate this into two. Oh my gosh, bro, I hate it here. I wish I could like share my screen with this right now. Orange Venom just throwing it back as a GIF is like there's worse things I could be doing. Okay, so I'm gonna start a new layer, and for the most part, Venom is a pretty broad guy. He's very muscular. So for the most part, you'll be seeing like Venom's back, no pun intended. So it's kind of a back kind of has like this triangular shape. Yeah, I hate it here. And so, and then we're gonna just start off with like a box, like a kind of box for the buns, if you will. And then let me move this around. I feel like there's a much more sophisticated way to compose this instead of having everything on top of each other, but I'm not that sophisticated of a guy. All right, so then we're gonna have to give him some legs that kind of go outward. And then we're gonna straighten them out at the little ankles. He's a little thin, so let me thicken up them thighs a little bit. Now we're getting somewhere. Let me start to make the cheeks. I hope everybody's having fun. Okay, let me even thicken up his ankles. He's like, especially the Rivals iteration, he's very thick in all the right places. Let me shut up. So let's see. All right, so we gotta kind of give him some broad shoulders, and his arm will kind of go inward and outward. All right, so just like the rest of his body, his arms are huge. Like outside of maybe Hulk, Venom is like the most muscular character in the game, which makes this even more hilarious. Got some pretty big forearms. So now we got this big meat wad of a character. Let's see. Yeah, you can see when you kind of focus. I hate talking about this, but you can see when you kind of focus on the drawing. Um, I lost my train of thought. I gotta stare at Venom's butt. This is like this is so hard to focus on. All right, so again, some of this I'm gonna have to clean up because the arms are kind of wonky, but make them a little bit thicker over here. Now, the other part, you want to know that this is Venom, so obviously, the little spider logo or whatever. I can draw that and all, but this is also something I have to fix up. But you know, just get that started here. But outside of that, you want to have him kind of facing. This is kind of artistic liberty. You just want to at least have his face so you could tell it's Venom. So I'm gonna draw like a little head up here. Let me see his front. I'm not drawing the hard eyes though. I'm gonna let you know it's Venom, but I'm not doing the hard eyes. Okay. Okay. So Venom's got kind of like a narrow kind of head and this jawline. Let's see. He'd probably have a thick neck. Let me lasso this a bit and bring it up a little bit. Oh my gosh, I hate it. It looks good, but I hate it so much. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna go, and he's kind of got like the Spider-Man eyes, but they're a little bit more. They got a little bit more of a world to it, if that makes any sense. And now, since he's twerking and he's Venom, we kind of have to have like that grin, that kind of reptilian mouth he's got. I want to have his tongue out. Yep, kind of Cardi B style. Hate it here. Hate it here. So a rough sketch, but no pun intended, but it's Venom. So we'll clean that up in a second. I just want to like get everything where it needs to be. So let's see what all we have now. This is so chaotic. But the composition is working. Your eyes kind of go into all parts of the screen. Okay. I'm gonna take a brief second to look at the chat again. Let me see. That man Venom has a star in his hat or a mini in that man's hat. Venom. Let me see. I think he is taking up a bit of the screen now. I'll figure it out. Oh, this is like so much. Now, there was one other part to this. I had one person say the Pope. This is gonna be really weird because this is a fight in hell. So unless the Pope went to hell, that would just be really wild. But I could have a Pope as like in the sky, kind of looking down, or just imply that the Pope is there, just like a little silhouette. I'm trying to just think about this whole general composition. This is like so much going on. I love the piece though. Chad, how we feeling about the piece? Okay, let me shrink Venom a little bit. I'll go ahead and clean him up later. This is hilarious. This is so freaking hilarious. I can't. Okay. I'm just kind of reviewing everything we have so far. So, well, Steven finna box the kangaroo. Kangaroo has the high ground. Sudden death. Caitlyn is the ring girl. Venom twerking. And now we're gonna have to do the Pope. Okay. Whoops. Let me put that back up. Okay. All right. I'm just checking how long this has been. It's been an hour. That's crazy. Let's see. All right. Let's keep this going. I'm pulling up an image of the Pope. Let's see. Let's see. All right. So let's maybe I could do this JoJo style, like how they're like in the sky, but like not in the sky. How about I'm gonna grab everything, pull it down a little bit. Or better yet, not everything, not everything. I'm gonna, hmm, let me bring the kangaroo in a little bit. And in this little brief area, I'm probably gonna get like a light. Let's make an angelic portion of this. So let's do a new folder. We're gonna call this the light. If I can click on the thing. Okay. Okay, okay. So I don't want to get too detailed on Pope Francis here, but I do want it to like look like a pope. Or maybe even an angel, like something angelic in the background. I can't take this piece seriously. It's like so hilarious. I'm so glad I did this, but okay, okay. So I'm going to up. That's already too big of a head, but I can always shrink it. You can always change as it goes along. And let's see. I want to get all his Pope-like features. So we're gonna get like the actual. I don't even know what the hat is. I know like I don't know what this is called actually. Or if I do, I forgot what it's called. But we're gonna do that. Give it a little line. I feel so wrong. I feel like I'm getting judged right now. But let's see. And we could have him kind of like if you ever seen like one of those angels or something like that, they'll have like their hand up. Let's see. I don't want it to be too simplistic. It would be crazy if the Pope was Palpatine. Let me stop. Let me stop. Okay, so I think his shoulder should be a bit more broad. Okay. All right, so I want to give him like this kind of robe. It's really weird because it's hard to see a full body. I gotta look up like a full body image of Pope Francis. Give me 1 second. Okay, okay. All right, so I want his hand behind his back. I don't know why I'm getting this pose, but I don't know. It just felt natural. I don't know how I feel about this robe though. Let's see. He does feel like Palpatine in the background though. I might play on that. I might actually play on that. Let's see. Matter of fact, I let me see. Let me look up Palpatine right quick. I don't want him to be a full-on Sith Lord or anything, but I do want it to have that same energy. Let's see. Okay, so we got the basic figure of him at least. Hand up. I don't think I want to go too deep in the face. You can kind of just you could tell he's the Pope. That's all you need to do. Sometimes you got to keep things simple. So, all right. So now we got this whole economy of things going on. So now I can start to dial in a bit more now that I know where everything is. Let me do a little bit more with this Pope actually. I want to have some angelicness within this piece. Let me maybe have like a light or like a little halo indicating a light or something. Maybe some shine. I should have did this in a separate layer actually. All right. Okay, so there we go. Have some light emanating. I like that. I feel like it's adding something to the piece. This is fun. This is fun. Okay, give me a sec. What up, Kai? Glad you joined the stream. As you can see, your boy Steven does not have the high ground, and he's gonna lose to this kangaroo. There's a lot going on. Just, just let me know your thoughts. But oh man. Okay, so we got the basic picture going. I can change things as I go. Let me do a little bit more with the background, have a little bit more, lava and stuff like that. Let me look up Mustafar again for some inspiration. Because Planet Namek Destroyed is basically just volcanoes, but Mustafar is at least an actual kind of civilization of sorts. There's like so much going on in this piece. Like I really love it though. Let me see. I want to draw like there's this like kind of pointy building in Mustafar. Let's see if I could put that in the background. Just to make the background a little bit more complex. I think that's adding a little something. Yeah, yeah. A little something. That makes it look a little bit more complete. All right, so now we are going to go a little bit more into the characters. So the background elements, they can kind of stay not as detailed for right now, but these main two, I really want to focus in on them. All right, so now that we've got the basic forms to him, how do I want to do this? I'm gonna lower the opacity of the backgrounds, bring that down, and then I'm just gonna, lower the opacity of everything else really. So now we're gonna focus in on Steven right quick. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I'm gonna lower this outline background, and I'm gonna try to outline just one more time to get like a one last general outline for this. I'm gonna switch back to my blue color. All right, so now we're gonna get a little bit serious. I'm gonna go with these eyebrows, make it kind of have some like DBZ type energy. I might even have him like charging up. I think that'd be pretty cool. It's gonna be so funny because it's just like juxtaposed by the kangaroo just not caring. And this is pretty much just going over what I did already. I don't quite have to, but just for like that last level of security, just to make sure everything's tightened up how I want it, I just go over it one last time. It's tedious. Might not be the most entertaining thing, but it'll definitely help the piece turn out better. And a lot of the time you can tell when somebody's also, let me flip it. I like to flip the image just to make sure it looks good. It's like a kind of right brain, left brain type thing. If it looks good on both sides, I feel like it's a really good piece. But yeah, I feel like you can really tell when somebody like didn't do a lot of like the sketching process versus when they actually like broke it down. Like, look, he looks a lot more clean right now. So do that hat again. And again, we're just kind of honing in the shape. So again, the hair is kind of flowing upward. Let's do the neck. Clean that up a bit. And then whenever I can finish this last outline, or last sketch, I should say, that's when we can start getting like the main outline, or at least that's how I do it. Again, this is like my art process. People do things differently. But yeah, it's starting to look a lot more cleaned up. Yeah, he's got like this energy to him. His hair is kicking up, and then like the dramaticness of like the fire going up. I think this looks like he can go Super Saiyan at any given time. Let's see. I don't want to get too into it because this is just like a stream drawing, and I don't want this to be, forever. But do want to have some nice cleanups to this. Let's get like a little chest going right here. Just kind of clean up the anatomy, make sure it at least can pass for a human being. Let's get that strap going right here. And right now, I'm not even looking at the reference anymore. I'm really just making this my own. So any style that comes from this is gonna be mine from here out. It's not me looking at his like clothes or anything anymore. It's just me doing the straight drawing. I'll check the chat in a little bit, but I'm just kind of trying to lock in right now and just clean everything up. And I'll probably roll up the pants just a little bit. I think that'll make it a little bit more interesting. All right, let's see how it looks right now. So, like, he's already starting to look a bit cleaner. All right, let's straighten up the arm a little bit. All right, and then the forearm, how it kind of wind up. And then the fist is a little out of place. So let me draw the fist again and actually try to draw a decent fist. Let me flip it back. Okay. So, like I said, hands are not the easiest thing to draw, but let's see. Yeah, he's kind of got that balled up fist going. Looks a little awkward. That looks a little bit better. Yeah, because now you can kind of tell. Okay. And then I'll give him another wristband right here. And then actually for this other arm, I think it would be cool if it was actually just kind of downward. Let's see how that looks right quick, actually. So it kind of pinches in on like the forearm. I might actually give him a little key blast. I think that'd be dope. I don't want to mess up his hands or anything, but just seeing how it look. I'll have to fix up the hand in a second. Let's see. How are we feeling about that? Let me check the chat right quick. Oh, you had some more Ultron matches? I had some really good matches yesterday, but like I low key like if nobody would have said anything, like commented on what to draw, I probably would have drawn Ultron today because I feel like that would have got me a few views. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it would have still been fun. So let's see. All right. I kind of like this though. All right. So let me roll up these pants as well. And let's do the shoes. Let's make these some Goku shoes actually. Because I'm not gonna lie, I was struggling with the Jordans. But since this has like some Dragon Ball energy, I kind of want to make them some Dragon Ball inspired shoes. I'm just a nerd like that. All right. And then I'll bring this down and I'll just color them like Goku's actual shoes. Let's see. All right. Okay, so that'll be good enough for right now. So when I do him again, matter of fact, I might just go ahead and start his outline just so I can get to some outlining right quick. So what I like to do, I like to pull up a vector layer and then I'll turn that black for like a black outline. So with vector layers, if I go to this pen, you know, it's smooth. Like it'll show pixels right now just because I only have it at like a certain size, but there's pretty much no pixels to this. Like I can enlarge it and then it'll always keep the same shape. Whereas if I did the same thing and then say I like duplicate this and I had like a raster version, where's let me rasterize this. So yeah, so now they're both, you know, they're the same drawings, they're just vector and raster. So if I come and like blow them up, you can see like you can start to see the pixels on here a little bit more rather than this one. And also, I can edit when they're a vector. So if I go to like my mouse or whatever, wherever it is, where is my selection tool? Okay. So if I got the raster one, I can only just move it. But if I click on this one, now I can like pull out different points and let me see. Yeah, just like do whatever I want with it. And there's a lot of fun things you can do with it. This is for all the people that aren't too big on like digital art and everything. But so I'm gonna use that and it'll make it easier for me to like draw the rest of the character. And what I like to do is I try to keep my line work thicker. So like I keep a rule to where like the minimum my line weight will be is probably like 12. If it's like fine details, it'll probably be higher than that. But let me see. I'm gonna be bold and start off with like a size of 20, right? So I'm gonna just do the body right here. And you see how thick those lines are? Let's see. It might be a little too thick, but it's better if it's too thick rather than too thin, in my opinion, or at least for like the style I make. And then I have like the brush, and it'll kind of like get thinner in certain areas. So, and again, this might be a little too thick, but if if it is, I can always go back and change it. Matter of fact, I think it is. So let me go with 15. I think that'll be a little bit better. Yeah, yeah. So right now I don't have like these big blobs of just just strokes on the page. And I want the legs to be a little bit thicker in terms of line weight because they're kind of sticking out and the thighs are kind of like the biggest part on the body. I think like that bone is like the biggest bone in the body. So yeah, let me see. I'm gonna check the chat again in a sec. I'm sorry I'm not like really active with the chat because I haven't figured out how to like just put it on the side so I can read it, but let's see. Give me one sec. Let's see. Make them like beers. Hey, you know what? The kangaroo being Beerus would be pretty sick. That actually might be a good idea though. No, no, that's kind of sick. No, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Appreciate the compliment by the way. All right, so now I'm gonna go to like since I'm on like the thinner areas, I will use like a smaller brush. So right now I'm on like 8. So it's kind of got like a comic vibe to it. That's kind of like the style I go for. Let me see. I'm gonna go back to like 12. Let me zoom in a bit. I'm gonna go and do the shoulder and then just bring that in right there. Go do the arm. And it's kind of like almost like a paintbrush. You just kind of want to do single stroke. And again, this is like how I do it. It's kind of just my style, but just explaining how I do it. So the wristband's a little thin. Let's shrink it a bit. I don't know there's like little bits and pieces kind of sticking out from each other, but if I go to my eraser, and since this is a vector, I can go to my vector erase and then just hit that, and now the little pieces that overlap aren't overlapping anymore. So definitely recommend if you want to get into like digital art, vector tools are like awesome. They make everything so much easier. It's a really cool way to draw. So now I'm gonna finish up this hand. And since I only did like one like line for this, I didn't do like a bunch of outlines for the hand. I kind of have to just fix it up as I go. Because again, I'm kind of on like a time crunch for this drawing. Like I could really do this all day if I wanted to, but I I'm not gonna be here all day. I don't think we want to be here all day. Yeah, I love the support, but I'm just keeping it real. All right, so now we have a little hand. Again, hands can be difficult. Anything difficult in art, you kind of have to just go for it. You don't want to run away from anything. Don't hide your insecurities, because then you can look back and be like, "Oh yeah, I wasn't the greatest at this." But then you can just let me see something. But yeah, then you can be like, "I'm a lot better at it now." There's a lot of stuff I'll look back on. I'm like, "Oh, I've improved a lot in this area." And there's others that I still got to improve on. I'm not the greatest. Isn't the greatest drawing for the time that I put into it. It's pretty good, I think. But yeah, and then I'm using an 8 size brush again since we're in the face and there's gonna be some more fine details. All right. I had to pause right quick because I'm doing this in a vector layer now, but sometimes you will accidentally draw in the same layer with like your black outline and your blue sketch. And that is the worst thing ever. That will set you back a couple hours. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like sometimes it's not that bad, and sometimes it's the worst thing ever. So just keep that in mind. All right, and then I'm gonna draw this jawline. I'm gonna thicken it up around like certain areas. I'm not liking how that looks right now. And again, even though this is digital, there's a lot of time where you want to have like a nice hand because these are basically brush strokes. You just kind of want to be slow, steady. You could always fix it up since it's a vector line, but you still want to have that practice of just making these kind of concise brush strokes on the drawing. So let's do the neck and have it like start off thin and go thicker. And yeah, I'm liking how that looks. I'm really liking how that looks. So again, Steven, whenever you're watching this, I hope you appreciate this, even though you don't have the high ground, but you still look cool at least. Okay, now let's get into the clothes. And again, working with like the smaller brush sizes for this because there's more fine details. It's kind of like if you were drawing, you want to use like smaller size pens and stuff like that. It's the same thing here. A lot of people that don't really do digital art kind of see it as like, you it's different when you're making traditional art. And a lot of it is, but you still have to have those same kind of that art for eye is still you it still has to be there. You don't just magically, know how to draw when it's digital versus physical. It is harder sometimes when you haven't done a lot of traditional art. Like my pen and ink drawings are good now, but they have not always been like that. So it's all about improvement. All right, so now I'm just gonna do that. And here's something I like to do to make it have that comic book aesthetic. So I'll go to a even smaller brush size, right? And then I'll draw like these little lines around some of like the muscles just to give it like that kind of comic book feel. All right, so let me go back around the eyes. Nah, this looks sick though. And now you can kind of see, especially now that I explained it, how like my style is coming into it. It's kind of starting to look like a Derrick drawing. And you have to practice to find your own style. And my style is constantly changing, but you can kind of see I have it almost to a science where I'm like, okay, I know that this is what I want to do. This is how I want it to look. This is what I usually do. And I'm learning new things as I go. All right. So I'm getting there. It's getting close to finish. I'm going to check the chat again right quick. Let's see. All right. All right. So let's finish up his model. I'm going to do the hat. And again, it's overlapping like the lines, but that's okay. You can always go back and fix that. But yeah, I'm liking how it looks. The outlining part is one of the best parts because you're pretty much just tracing your own drawing. So it makes things go by a lot easier. I don't like that. Me. Okay, yeah. Let me do that right quick. Yeah, and I want these dreads to kind of be a little loose, to kind of be flowing. Yeah, it's getting somewhere. It's getting somewhere. And yeah, once I do this for the kangaroo, then most of the work in terms of like just straight drawing will be done. I'll still have to like do coloring and stuff like that, but let's see. Never been the best with drawing dreads, by the way. I can draw them, but I don't know, they kind of look like noodles. I know as artists, we like see our flaws more than anybody, but yeah, I think that's getting somewhere. So now all I got to do is the shoes, and let me fix up that part of the hair right quick. Me just add the little sideburns, but yeah, I think he looks nice. I think he looks nice. I'm gonna put my brush back up to like 12, and then I'm gonna do the shoes. All right. So that's one. And that's two down. This is probably the most focused I've been on a drawing because I can just kind of explain it as I go, and there's like somebody else to talk to at least. All right, let me finish up down here. And a lot of the time, it's very hard to stay focused. So you might want to, walk around, get some fresh air, take a walk outside or something like that. Because again, you're staring at this for like hours on end, depending on what you're drawing. Like it's been probably close to 2 hours. I gotta check how long the stream's been going, but 2 hours, and I'm just now getting to the outline part. So you could be doing this for quite a while. But I think he looks great right now. I think this is like a really strong start. I'm probably gonna give him like a blast of energy, but let's get back to the kangaroo. All right. Now I did like the idea of him being like Beerus. So let me do a quick outline before I do the like final black outline. Let me do one more sketch on him to make him look like Beerus. I think that'd be sick. There's just so much going on in this piece. I really like this piece. So yeah, we're gonna give him like some God of Destruction type energy. I chose the wrong brush. Okay, so the Gods of Destruction kind of have this kind of, what would you call this? A crest? Oh, this is already just making it more interesting. I like that. Thanks, Makai, for the suggestion. All right, and let me see. He's kind of got like these rings. This is hilarious. I'm so glad I did this. If I never do this again, this was a fun experience. All right, so yeah, let me put some rings on this one too. I'm trying to get these details. So there's like a little diamond in the middle, followed by like three, just I guess rectangles. Okay. All right, so he's already starting to look like a god of destruction. And they also have like these little rings around the ears. So if you ever seen like what's it, Ultra Ego Vegeta with the ring on the ear, he's like being trained by Beerus, spoiler alert and all that. But now, do I want to give him the joggers? I don't think I. Let me see. I wanna, because if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna commit to it. Let's see. Plus, I'm looking at Beerus, and not all the gods of destruction look the same, but they do have like the same attire though. I never noticed they have like different. So they have like these the same pants. Let me see how I want to do this. So there'll be like pants that go over like this, and they're all pretty much they in Dragon Ball. They all have like the same baggy pants, but these would kind of be like joggers. And they have like this little sash part, not a sash, but like some drapery to it. And all of their drapery have like different symbols for it. I don't know what the significance is, but let me see. I'll leave that like that for right now. And they all rock the same shoes. These kind of piccolo boots they got going on. All right, all right. So, all right, all right, all right. All right, so a lot of them have tails, but they don't really have anything to the tails, so okay. Okay, he looks decent. I'm probably gonna go over his outline just to like clean up certain parts of this, like the new clothes he's got, and then I'm gonna go with the main outline. Let me check the chat again right quick. All right. Okay, okay. So let me start this again. And I'm not gonna do too much on this outline. I just wanna fix up certain areas, like this little drapery he's got. All right. And then the pants. Let me get like some bagginess going. And then in Dragon Ball, anytime there's a character with a tail, they just magically have like a hole in the pants. I don't know how that works, but it is what it is. All right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So, and again, some of this, I cut these off a little too low. And anybody that just like got me on in the background, I really appreciate it. Really helps me out. And anybody that's like actually just looking at what I'm doing, that is actually thanks for, checking out my art style. All right, so yeah, we're gonna just do these shoes right quick. And again, I'm just kind of tighten up a few areas. I'm not gonna completely go over this again. I'll actually do some claws right quick. I do want him to, have a few more menacing attributes. Okay, so I think that's fine. Now we're gonna go and outline this in black. So I'm gonna go get my pen tool again, start a vector layer. I'm glad I'm explaining this because if I didn't, I would have forgot. So I'm gonna start a vector layer, go in with my vector brush, and I'm gonna start this out with a size 15, and then just kind of do the back. Do I like that? Yeah, that's fine. All right, so we got that. I'm gonna bring that around. And the tail could also be at like the 15 size. Got to be careful with that. I don't want it to have too sharp of a cutoff, so you see how I want to do this. I'll just kind of do it like that. And that way it's not like a sharp end to it. Let me use my vector erase. And yeah, it's kind of like not this just pointy to it's kind of a little rounded. I might fix it up a little bit more later, but for right now, I just want to get the basic outline to it. So go back P, and then let's see, go 15. I don't want to get too sloppy with this, so I'm gonna go to size 12 brush, bring up these legs. All right, and then have like the pants stop right there. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's fine. That looks fine. All right, and then I'm gonna bring this little band around. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I'm gonna go a little bit thinner. No, I'm gonna stay at 12. I'm gonna stay at 12 for like the arms. Like I said, my minimum to like these brush sizes will really be like 12 or 10. The average I want this line weight to be is like 15. And I'll give it like some nice looking outlines to it, some like nice looking line work. So I'm gonna do the same thing for this arm, just kind of try to follow the contours I set up. I think that looks fine for the most part. And now I can go with a little bit smaller of a brush size. So I'm gonna go, actually no, let me do the head at like a size 12. All right. All right, now I'm gonna go to like size 10. And I'm only doing like a few like brush strokes for each of these. I kind of have it, but there's a lot of time you're gonna be control Zing, undoing because it just doesn't look how you want it to. I'm not too much of a perfectionist, but there's a lot of times where I just can't get the look right. And so I know there's a lot of people that are more of like perfectionists that would take even longer, but don't get in your head too much about the art you make. Just have fun with it. Just let the piece be what it wants to be, and I think you'll have a good drawing. So I love this kangaroo. I really love this kangaroo. Again, this is really like my first time drawing one, at least seriously. I might have like doodled one. I think I have doodled one just in my spare time before, but it's like the first serious kangaroo drawing I've ever done. I don't feel like redrawing that, so I'm gonna just get this twisted and bring it over here. All right, so I'm gonna finish off the legs and the arms, and then the kangaroo will pretty much be done. All right, so let's see. I'm gonna go here, finish up these hands. All right, I'm gonna do these little gold bands they've got. All right. Again, I like the thicker outlines. It's just part of my style, but some people don't like that. It is, to each his own, different strokes for different folks and all that. I'm gonna do this armband up top and then this other one, and then all we have left is the legs. So if you just take it, part by part, don't, stress yourself with like the general picture. Just kind of take it one step at a time. I kind of dance across the page when I'm drawing. Like I don't really focus in on any specific part. You saw I just kind of went from the kangaroo and then just skipped around. But let me see. All right. Okay, so now we're on the pant, like the other pant leg. Now we're doing the shoe. And we're almost done with the kangaroo. At least like the actual drawing portion of it. And I think drawing the shoes kind of helped too, because it had like these big feet and now it actually makes sense. Let's see. Tighten that up. Okay, so now we got this full on kangaroo with the high ground. And we've got our boy Steven down here charging up a beam. So that portion is done. That portion is done. Also, I'm gonna save right quick. You always want to save, not even just when you're drawing, whether you're, writing a paper or something like that. Get used to saving, especially if you're like animating or something like that. Software crashes. It crashes all the time. And if it crashes and you ain't saved, there's nothing you can do about it. It's kind of like if you ever played the old Pokemon games and the Game Boy just dies, you're screwed. It's as simple as that. You're screwed. So let me see. Give me a sec to like find where I'm gonna say this to. I know nothing's going on right now, but let's see. Sorry about that. I'll just save it just to the general flash drive. But let's see. This is called Sudden Death. Yes. Thank you, Ed. All right, so I'm gonna say Sudden Death. All right, let me look at the chat again. Okay, so we are almost 2 hours into the stream, and let's see. All right, so the background. To make this a little bit easier, I'm gonna go with like a orange reddish color and just simplify it for myself, right? Let me take a sip right quick. Sipping on coffee, by the way. All right, so red is like 0 on this color wheel. I don't know exactly what yellow is if I had to guess. It's about 60. So let me go 30 on this color wheel, and that should give me like a reddish orange. No, that's just orange. Let me get a little bit redder. I'm gonna go with 20 on this color wheel. All right, so what I can do is do a new layer behind all the other layers. And let's see. And I'm just gonna fill that in. So now it's behind the outline and behind all the like what do they call it? The sketch layers. So if I like brighten it up, this is like all the sketch layers. So we're just gonna work with that for right now. So I'm gonna dim this color a bit. Matter of fact, let me turn down the brightness on this so it's not so jarring. That works a lot better. All right, so I'm gonna dim the color of this red orange, and I'm trying to get like this grayish rock color for like the stones and just like the magma and everything. So how do I want to do this? Okay, so I'm gonna do a new vector line, and I'm gonna do this new color that I got, and I'm gonna just outline the rock with that. I know I haven't colored the characters, but they can wait. I just wanted to have the outline there. Let me see. Okay, okay, so I like that. So I'm gonna do another layer. I'll put these into a folder and I'll name it rocks. All right, so give me a sec. All right, so now that I have my rocks layer, let's fill this in, see how it looks. I'll make it a little bit more gray so the outline stands out, but okay. All right, so now we have him on the rock, and let's do the Stevens rock. So let me see. Go back to my brush. Um, I'm gonna select this color because I forgot where it is on the wheel. In fact, now that I'm pretty much done sketching for right now, I could just change my colors anyway. So I'll just have both of these gray colors, and then I'll go back, hit P, turn it up a little bit, and just kind of free draw his rock. It doesn't have to be perfect. The main event is these two characters, okay? So, you don't got to get in your own, head about background elements. They're just that, they're background elements. So if they don't look perfect, it's fine, as long as the rest of the drawing looks good. Again, that's just kind of how I work. Not the best artist, but I think I do a decent job. All right, so now the rocks have their own shape. Let's see. How do I want to do the rest of them? Yeah, I'll do the other rocks. So these I'm not gonna really give an outline to, like they'll have one obviously, but not like a defined outline. I'll just kind of free draw these. Like the more it's in the background and the less important it is, the less detail you should really care about. Take pride in your work, put detail into it, but don't kill yourself trying to. Can I say that on stream? Don't stress yourself out trying to, you know, do things that you don't have to put as much effort into. So I'm gonna go in the back, do Venom's Rock. And again, I know I haven't really finished outlining the rest of the characters, but I just want to get things in place. I just want to know where everything is as I'm drawing. So I know what to, go back and tweak. It makes it easier. Once you go from like piece by piece, it starts to just complete the whole drawing. It's kind of like almost like a puzzle. So, now let's see how I want to do this. Let's see. Okay, so what we could do, I kind of like this orange in like the sky. So what we're gonna do is make a gradient. No, we're not. Yes, we are. Okay, so I already have a gradient on here from when I was working on my comic the other week. So let's see how I want to do this. I'm just gonna delete. All right, now I have two colors on this gradient. I'm gonna put this orange as one of them, and then I'm gonna put this red orange as another one. So the lava will be this red orange color, and then the background sky will be like the other orange. Which I might not even need a gradient for that, but we'll see how it looks. Was that 45 or something? Okay, give me just a sec. So mm, let's see how it looks with two different colors before I do the gradient. I'm gonna still put it in the gradient, but I just want to see how the colors are looking right now. So if I get this orange and make it the background color, I didn't do that right. Okay, so I'm supposed to do a new layer, then put that orange down. And you can't tell, but it's put down. So now I'm gonna increase the brightness. All right, all right. So I do like that. I do like that. I like how it, makes the rocks stand out more. I love how the background is a different color. So I think that's cool. I think that's good. What I will do instead, though, I'm gonna change how this works. So I'm gonna fill in the whole canvas with this orange and then put it behind this foreground orange. So I'm gonna go and delete it right about here. Oh wait, wrong thing. I'm gonna delete that orange right there, and now we kind of have like this lava layer with these lava rocks. And I'm probably gonna end up putting more lava rocks down, but I just wanted to get that part done. Okay, so let's see how I want to do this. Let's put some more orange down on this top layer. Okay. And we just want to bring it up so that it's like this lake. And then I'm gonna click this gray again. I'm gonna make it a little bit brighter. And this is gonna be like an atmospheric kind of perspective. So things get lighter as they fade into the background. So we're gonna do this kind of rock wall. Let me see how I want to do this. Okay, so I'm gonna go behind this. It's gonna be behind the lava, but in front of the sky. And this is how you got to be good with layers in this software. But I'm gonna get this marker tool, make it a bit bigger. I guess I'll keep it at 50, and then I'm just gonna make this kind of rock mountain in the back. Okay, so and then I'm gonna go behind this and just fill that in. Okay, so now we're kind of filling in these blank areas. Let me clean that up a bit. There's still this kind of white space in between where it didn't quite fill up all the way. All right. Okay. So now we're starting to fill up some more space. All right. So how should I do the rest of this? A lot of this is trial and error figuring stuff out, but while I'm thinking about it, I do want this lava to pop a bit more, so I'm gonna select that same orange kind of color, and I'm gonna make it a little bit more yellow, and we're just gonna see how that works. So I'm gonna put this at 45. I'm gonna go above the lava, and I'm just gonna see how that looks mixed in with the lava. Okay, so we got like these little yellow portions within the lava, and I could also use that to like outline where these rocks meet with the not with the water, but this kind of lava lake. So anytime you have like rocks within water, they'll kind of make like this ripple in the water. And again, I know this isn't water, but okay, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I like the ripples. It does add something to it. I don't know if I like the yellow though. Let's see. Maybe if I yeah, I like that orange a bit better. So let's not make it yellow. Let's have it like a more of a straight orange color. So I'm gonna do 30 instead of 45. Brighten that up a bit. Lock the layer or transparency lock it. And now I can just change that color. So now it's giving more lava. It feels more like lava. And the piece is getting closer and closer to its completion. This ain't gonna be like the prettiest thing. I just want like a cool little drawing. You know, the stream's already like 2 hours, so let's just make some cleanups. I'm gonna try to finish this in a timely manner. All right, so I think it'll be a good time to actually color the character. So we've got this outline for Steven. I'm gonna put it above the blue outline. Matter of fact, I could actually just turn the blue outline off for him because at this point, I'm really just getting into it. Okay, so we got the orange color right here, and I'm gonna use that same color to kind of make the brown. So whenever you darken up an orange, especially in digital software, it pretty much makes a brown color. He's more of a darker skinned guy. Let's see. Let's get a little bit of gray in the skin too. I think that's a decent brown. Let's see how that looks. So we're just gonna fill in. I feel like there's a more effective way to fill in everything. I'm not the best with this software. I really just use it casually, but it is a great software. If you've never used Clip Studio before, it's not free, but they usually have like sales and stuff going on. I'd highly recommend it, especially if you do comics. I'm gonna have to clean this up a little bit, but let's see. I'm gonna go to my normal eraser and just clean up that excess color. So now, we see how easily we filled in the skin. And that's another good thing about digital software. You can just kind of fill in as you go. It's not a lot of, I gotta paint in this area. Just you select the area and it fills in. And I'm gonna also use that same brown to do the hair. So I'm gonna darken up that brown again. I'm gonna label this skin color. I'm gonna just call it skin. And then I'm gonna go above that skin layer and I'm gonna do the hair. And it doesn't really, especially in this software, it doesn't really matter the order you put your color layers in. Sometimes it can, but generally, if something is like overlapping with something else, you want to put the whatever is overlapping in front, you'll want to put that layer above, if that makes sense. All right, so we got the hair. Um, I'm gonna go and hit my eraser tool, and I'm gonna erase that eyebrow that was overlapping because that was kind of weird. So I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna call this layer hair, and with the same hair layer, I'm gonna do the eyes. And no, I won't. No, I won't. I want the eyes a different color. Actually, I want his eyes like glowing or something. All right, so now we're getting somewhere. So let's see. I guess one trick, if you have a dark color, you can kind of avoid doing black. So I'm gonna have like dark brown in the mouth. That way I don't have to do like black as that color. Let's see. I want to try something right quick. So I want to give him like, I don't want to make his hat completely black. You want to avoid complete black in drawing. You usually want to have like a dark blue or something like that. And since blue is the complementary color to orange, let's see if I can do the opposite color of this. So I'm going to take this blue, that's literally the opposite of this orange, and I'm going to put it in the hat. And if you're wondering how I got that color, there's a control I, and whatever color you pick, you can get the opposite color. So I can get this color, it'll be opposite to the blue. So where did I put the skin layer? Let me click it. Okay, or the hair layer. Okay, so I don't want the hat to be that baby blue color, so I'm gonna just darken that blue to about 20. I want it to have some color to it, but I still want it to give the idea that it's a black hat. So, whoops. Okay, I think that kind of goes good with the stage. I'll do the same thing for his overalls. All right, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. And I'm going to use this same blue because for the same reason you don't want to use straight black, you don't want to use straight white either. So I'm going to make this really light blue color, and I'm going to put it as like the undershirt. Okay, okay. I might darken it a bit. I might have it a little bit more gray. Let's see if I want to. 1085. I think that works better. I think that works better. I'm probably gonna have to darken this up anyway, so it might not matter, but yeah, I'm starting to like his fit though. Let's see. I mean, I already like the fit, but I mean, I know I based this off of his actual shirt, so I'm not trying to glaze or whatever, but all right, I'm gonna do the same thing for the teeth. It's kind of like this off-white bluish color for everything. So, feel free to recycle colors. There's nothing wrong with it. It'll save you a lot of time in the long run. So I'm gonna call this layer white, even though it's not completely white. And I'm gonna call this other layer black, even though it's not completely black. And while I'm at it, let me go back and fill in the eyes because I completely forgot to do that. And this is the same light blue color that I use for everything else, or like the undershirt and all that. All right. So we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So he looks pretty cool. He looks pretty cool. I'm gonna go and do the wristbands the same color. The coloring part to the drawings is also the fun part. I think outlining is really fun and coloring because it's where it starts to pop. It's where it starts to come alive. So Let me check the chat right quick. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna fill in these pants some more. Control D. Now, how do I want these shoes? I think I'll have the whole fit just two colors. I think that'll make it a lot easier on me. All right. I'm gonna go in with that white on the shoes. All right. Now he looks cool. He looks cool. I think the only this piece is really coming together. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think the only thing that I have to do for him now is I gotta fill in that tongue and then I gotta put like I'll just put LA. I won't even like really look at the logo, but I'll have the logo in mind. Oh crap, I did that wrong. Let's see. Let's see. I'll just do a new layer. And I'll have that over the hat. So let's see how I want to do this. I know this isn't quite how it looks, but it's my drawing. It'll be all right. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Let's see. So we got the dreads. We got the fit. How do I want to? I'll also make this metal part white as well. You don't want to use too many colors because it'll complicate the piece. All right. So now I don't know what colors I'll give him for the eyes. You know what? Yes, I do. I'll make it like a blue color. Since everything else is like this blue color, I want to make this one also the blue color. So where do I want to put this? I'll just make a whole new layer for that too. So let's see, LA for this one, and I'll do a new layer and get this auto select tool, and then get the eyes and blue. And that's not at all how his eyes look, obviously, but I want to have it like some Super Saiyan energy. The Super Saiyan eyes are kind of like this greenish look, but I don't want it to be exactly that. So I'm going to duplicate this layer. I'm going to call them both eyes. And then I'm going to blur. I'm going to do a Gaussian blur, and that'll give the eyes like this glowing effect. Let's see what size I should make it. I think 15 might be straight. I'm going to do 15, and then I'm going to actually do that again. And I'm going to make that one like probably like 10 or something. All right, so now he's got like a glow to his eyes. I'm going to put all the eyes in one folder. So there you can see you could start to rack up folders and um what else do I have? Folders and layers and everything. So all right, so now that I have his eyes glowing blue, I can also have his key blast being blue. So this might be difficult. Okay, so I'm gonna do a new layer. I'm gonna do it above the eyes too. And I'm going to just draw a circle, just to make things simple. Okay, can't do that like that. I'm gonna I'm gonna do the blast above the layer that I have the character so that it doesn't like interfere with the outline. Let's see how big I want to make this. All right, so I'll make it about that big for right now. You can always increase it, but Let's see. And then I'm gonna do another layer on top of that. I'm gonna make a folder for this since it's a whole effect. And I'm gonna make a lighter version of this blue. Probably like 15. Okay, something like that. So now that I have like the lighter version of it, it makes kind of like this glowy effect. It's getting there at least. Uh okay. So and then I'm just gonna blur both of those. So how do I want to do this? I actually want the blast to be a bit bigger. So let me get both of these. Control T for transform. And there's that blast. All right, so I think that's a decent key blast size. I'm gonna put it in like in the palm of his hand, and I'm going to I'm gonna actually how do I want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna name both of these. I'm gonna name this one B for blue and this one LB for light blue. All right, so now I'm just going to duplicate both of these. I set mine to Command J. That's how it is in Photoshop, and that'll automatically duplicate it for me. Um, and now I'm gonna select both of them. Command E is what it is to merge layers in Photoshop as well. And I'm just gonna blur this Gaussian blur. So okay, so now it's got a little blur to it. Let's increase the strength a little bit. Mm, I don't know how I feel about that actually. What I could do is Control T and make it a little bit bigger. All right, move that around a bit. And then I think, yeah, I'm gonna apply that transformation. And then I think I'm gonna go back, get the lighter blue and put it on top. I don't know how I feel about that either. Okay, give me a sec. Okay, so Control T. I'm gonna shrink this a little bit so that like there's this bright white in it. All right, I think that's got a nice little glow to it. Let's make this a little bit more white. Okay. Oh wait, no, that didn't do what I thought it did. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna move that around, and now you've got this nice bright white light in there. Okay, so I can do some effects and stuff, but I'll probably save that for, well, no, I'll go ahead and do it right now while I'm here. Let's see. Trying to figure out how I want to do this. Bear with me. So I'm gonna put these in a folder. The folders are already starting to get complex and confusing, but I'm gonna do another layer under that folder, and I'm just gonna have some little streaks, right? So I'm gonna get the pen tool, and actually I'm gonna do this with a, let me delete that. I'm gonna do this with a vector layer. All right, so that way I can change the size and everything. Let me put this at like maybe 15. Yeah, yeah. So, oh, that looks cool. That looks cool. Okay, so blue key blast in my hand. If y'all ever watch SSJ, let me know in the comments. I'll say this like this is a video when it's a live stream, but so he's got, oh my gosh, this actually looks nice. So, let's see how I want to do this. Mm, I'm gonna duplicate this, put it behind. Can I blur this? I don't think I can. So I'm gonna change the size. So I'm gonna get my selection tool and select all of it. Yep, okay, no, it's not gonna work like that. I'm gonna get my object selection thingy. Oh, geez. Maybe I'm just doing this wrong. I might just actually be bad at art. Okay, 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 I know what happened. So I'm gonna click each one of these individually because I can't think of a better way to do it right now. And I'm gonna change the brush size over here from 15 to maybe like 25. All right. Okay, so now it's a bigger beam. If you can see, oh well, actually, yeah, if you can see right here, the like change in size. And let me see if I want to make the inside white actually, or like a lighter blue tone. Give me one sec. So I'm gonna go back to my little operation tab, lighten this up a bit. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I like that too much, but it does look cool. Mm, I think if the inside were a little bit smaller, so let me copy that. Let me see if I can. Okay, so let's try to change the size of this. I'm gonna go from 15 and just kind of make it. You know what? That's actually pretty nice. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Let's see. So I'm gonna. This is rough. I'm going to copy that, and I'm already all over the place with these layers, but I'm gonna rasterize it. I'm gonna filter, and then I'm gonna Gaussian blur that. All right, and I'm gonna set this to like 7.5, maybe 10. Let's try 10. Nah, that's too small. 7.5. Okay, so now he's got that. And let's do a similar thing for the blue. So I'm gonna filter and blur. Oh wait, I have to rasterize it. Yeah, they won't let you do these effects on the raster layers or on the vector layers for whatever. So let's see. Nah, that's too bright. Let's do. I'll just set it to 5. Let's see. Is that any better? I don't think it is actually. I think I like it better like that. All right, so he's got a little key blast going. You know what? Let's try a different blur actually. Filter, blur, and a radial blur might do it. So if I get this little X, put it in the middle. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. 17.5. I think that's straight. I'll let it rock. But yeah, now it's got like this kind of glow effect to it. It kind of stretches out. Let me see if I can do like a before and after. So this is after, this is before. So I think that like makes it spread a bit more. I might even make it a little bit bigger. Let's try that again. Filter, blur, radial blur, put it in the middle, and I'm gonna set it to 20. I don't think it really made much difference. I think I like 17.5 better. All right, so there we go. Now he's pretty much done for the most part. So now we gotta go onto the kangaroo. So I'm gonna get this blue, and we're going to let me check the chat actually. Let me check the chat first. See if anything news popped off. Let's see. Oh, I see the man himself then showing up. How do you like yourself? Looking tough with a capital T, my boy. I appreciate my boy Alex then showed up. My gosh, bro, what up? I appreciate all the support. But yeah, all right. So let's see what we got going on here. All right, so I got this blue color. We're gonna do a little bit of math, right? So a full circle is 360. This blue is 200, and I want something close to that blue, but I need for it to be a purple. I know that didn't make any sense, but I'll go with it'd be better in increments of like 15. So I think 275 for this purple, maybe. I want to get this purple on the kangaroo. I want it to be a purple kangaroo, so it's like Beerus. I think that's a good purple. Let's go 275. All right, and then we're gonna start coloring. Dang, where you at? The kangaroo. Let's start coloring the kangaroo. So I'm gonna put all his like outline and stuff like that into its own separate layer, if I can. All right. So let's do that. We're gonna get this, and then we're just gonna get this little lighthouse looking tool, and we're gonna fill this in with this purple. It's probably gonna be very bright, so I'll probably have to change it. But yeah, that's bright as heck. Okay. Let's kind of match it with his skin color. So he's got like this the darkness is at like 40 for his skin. So let's try to make this into like 40 on this skin color. So if I lower this to say 40, that's close enough. That's more interesting. I think that goes better with it. All right. So let's do the same thing with the tail. Control D, and then we're gonna go here, fill that in. All right. Fill these in. And the piece is really coming together now. So I'm gonna open up my tablet again. I know y'all can't see, but I'm gonna just look at my Beerus reference. This obviously isn't Beerus, but let me actually make his skin a little bit lighter as well. Let me see if I can do that. Because something about that purple isn't doing it for me. Let me reference his skin again. 8640. This is all the way over. I don't think that matters though. I'm gonna make it slightly brighter and see how that looks. Okay. Transparency lock. That's a bit better. I like that better. I might change it again later, but I'll let it rock for right now. So let's see. I'm going to use the same white color he has on his shirt, and I'm gonna use it just for like the clothes on not Beerus over here. So all right, let me put that down right there. And I could make his pants white because some of the gods of destruction have like white pants, or at least one of them does. They aren't really pants; it's just like a gown. But yeah, I think that's cool. I think that's cool, and it kind of contrasts with like his black colors. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take that same dark blue color he's got, and I'm gonna make it on here. Okay, yeah. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. This is gonna be rough. Let's see. So we're gonna make this darker portion in here uh that same dark color. And this is like I should probably actually do this with let me see. I should probably actually do this with a vector layer. Let's try that. So that way I can at least change it later. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so we're filling that in. And I think that looks decent. I think that looks decent. I might change it in a second, but we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. So there's gonna be like an orange color for the diamond in the middle. And oh, look, we have orange right here. So let me take that. I'm gonna put it above, say like right above that dark color. Oh yeah, we cooking. We cooking. So again, everything doesn't have to be perfect. I can like sharpen this up a little bit to make it more of like a sharper diamond color, but we just want to get the basic looks of it. All right. So let's see. I like how this is actually coming out though. Oh yeah, we getting somewhere. We're actually getting somewhere with this. So I'm gonna use what should I use next? I'll just leave it alone for right now. I'll come back to that. But I'm gonna use this dark color again for I need to label these layers. Give me a sec. I'll call this one black. Even though again, that's not black, it's just a very dark blue, obviously. But what did I do? Okay. So now we're gonna fill that in, and I can take this. As a matter of fact, where's my eraser? I'm gonna get my vector eraser, erase that middle part, and now the sash is covering its body. Okay, so let me actually get a gold color while I'm at. Let me see. Okay, so I'm gonna take this orange and I'm going to brighten it up a little bit. I don't want it to be too yellow and I don't want it to be too orange either. So I'm gonna set it at like 45 and I'm going to put it above this black and now I'm gonna do the little bands and things. Matter of fact, let me control D that. I gotta erase some of this right quick. So I'm gonna hit my vector eraser again. Working in vectors is really cool. You just get rid of these little overlaps. Do the same for this right here. It's really easy for cleanups. So, just erase. I'm gonna have to go back and fix that area. But still, this is a much easier process. This is like if you work in digital art, this is a huge benefit to capitalize on. I erased something that I shouldn't have. Okay, there we go. Actually, hold up. I messed something up. Okay, I see. So I'm gonna hit the eraser tool again. That looks about right. All right, so now I've got the little wristbands, and now I just have to color those in. So let's see. I'm gonna get this auto select tool or whatever it's called. Fill those in, and now I got a yellow. Right? I'm gonna go and fill it in right here. Control D, zoom out. See, now he's looking. The colors are going off. The colors are going off. I'm gonna put that same color around this little sash. Oh yeah, we cooking. We cooking. And whoops. Okay, so usually the lines that are around this little collared area are blue, Usually they're either usually blue or green, but this is my drawing. That's the benefit of just like doing your own thing. You could just do your own thing. So where did I put? Okay, okay. So I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna duplicate it, rasterize it. I know this sounds like a bunch of artist witchcraft, but it's normal, I swear. And I'm just gonna transparency lock that and do the lines on here. So I can just literally automatically draw inside the lines like magic. And I think there's actually supposed to be just two of these. Like, no, some of them have three. I'll let it rock. I think that looks decent. I think that look. Yeah, I love that. I actually love it. He looks cold. This is a cold kangaroo. This is like the coldest. Hey, bro, you got your money. Like, he finna rob you, dog. Like, your work is cut out for you. All right, so I just had to look at the chat right quick. So we are getting somewhere. Let's see. How long has this stream been going on? I'm having fun. 2.5 hours. That's nice. All right, all right, all right. So let's go back. All right, we done did the little collared area. And already, even without the background elements, this is looking pretty sick. The shoes will usually be brown. I'm gonna cheat and I'm gonna take his skin. I know that sounded sick, but see, I don't already lost track of my layer. Let me go and name these layers right quick in the kangaroo. Like I said, another complicated part of working in a digital software is just where every layer is. You have to really keep up with that. Try to name them, or else you might just be searching for minutes, tens of minutes even, just searching for where you put a layer. I'm not horrible about it, but I'm not the best with it either. I'm gonna keep it real with you. But okay, so now I'm gonna gray this brown that I've got, and I'm gonna fill in the shoes. So let's do that. All right, all right. All right, so we got like these Piccolo 11s. I'm gonna put that same yellow or that gold color wherever I put it. Let me rename that layer so I know this is the gold layer. Okay, so I'm gonna select that gold, put it over these shoes, and we are almost there. The kangaroo is almost maxed out. Is almost maxed out in the stats. So let's see. What else do I need to do this guy? First off, I missed some of the skin. So I'm gonna just select this layer with the skin and it'll automatically take me to there. I'm gonna fill this in. And then I'm gonna bring the skin layer up a little bit or actually. Oh, okay. I had the transparency lock on it. That's why. Okay. So now the skin's there. Let me color these claws while I'm at it. Because they're like, I also have to clean up the lines around them, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Oh, that's the wrong color. I'm gonna select the pants and do it like that, and then I'm gonna just clean it up because it looks atrocious. So I'm gonna hit my eraser tool and then just erase. It's really self-explanatory. All right, so let me get that purple, fill in the skin around this area a little bit more. And voila. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. So before I finish this off, how do I want to do this? All right, I'm gonna take this brown And no, I'm gonna take this dark blue color, and then I'm gonna fill in the eyes and the nose. Oh yeah, that's a kangaroo. That is a purple kangaroo. This is fun. And I'm gonna just fill in the skin around this area. Yo, look how cool that looks. Like, look how cool that looks. And I'm not even like done. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna put a little twinkle in this kangaroo's eye. Let's see, where did I put the eyes? Okay. I'm like not keeping track of these layers at all. You will be much more efficient if you keep track of the layers. That's why I'm not efficient. So, right now, we have the kangaroo mostly done, and then we have with Steven mostly done. I feel I have to like fill in his tongue. I didn't do that earlier. So let me go back to Steven. Where is he? Like, where is his layer? Okay. So we got that. I'm just gonna get this orange and make it a little bit more red and lighten it up. And then I'll have like a pinkish color for like the tongue. Let me darken it a bit actually. I'm a bit more intricate when it comes to colors if I'm doing like a comic or like my own personal drawing, but this is just like a fun thing that I just kind of decided to do today. Again, you can't always be like a why do I have that color selected? You can't always be a, perfectionist in art. Sometimes you gotta, work with the deadline and just admire what you have. So, oh, this is sick. This is sick. If there was like nothing else in this piece, it would still be sick. All right, so that much is done. That much is done. Let's see. I love Kangabeerus. Yes, that Kangabeerus. Appreciate it. Okay, so let's see. What else should we do now? Okay, considering the homegirl still didn't. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Oh, I have an update. Caitlin sent her reference shot, so now I can draw Caitlin. Let's go. Okay, okay. So we're gonna draw my friend in the background, and we're just gonna tighten up things. So, the last figures I need is her. I need Venom, and I need the Pope in the back. So these are things I need to finish up. I might not get to any like special effects or anything like that in this. It's already, been running long, but let's try to draw her. It's gonna be rough because she's in the background. Okay. All right, so that's the outline. Is this backwards? Yo, I had to. Oh man, this was backwards the whole time. That's dope. So now I gotta fix that, but other than that, it still looks pretty sick. All right, so like, do you see like the eye contact right here? There's like so much energy going on. I love this. I'm like glazing my own artwork, but let's see. All right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna get my pencil tool. I'm gonna lower this opacity. All right, so now hopefully she doesn't judge me too harshly on this, but I'm gonna make like her head. Again, this is in the background, so it's gonna be kind of rough to like actually see her face. Let's get the form here. All right. Some chest going. Her head's kind of big. That's one thing I have with like my characters. I make pretty big heads. Sometimes it's cool and sometimes it's like, what am I doing? So what I can do to circumvent that is shrink her head. Control T. I think that's a little bit better. Her head's still gonna be big at the end of the day because that's kind of how I feel like drawing it. But I forgot what I was gonna say. So let's see. I'm gonna draw a little line in the face just so I can like map out where everything's gonna be. Let's see. You ever kind of like this hourglass kind of figure? Let's see. Okay. And this is a kind of difficult pose to do. Anytime where somebody's like vertical with arms stretched, it's kind of hard for me to do. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why that is because it's like the joints, like where the shoulder and the like chest connects is like really weird. Men and women, it's just like where it is so weird because it's like where does the bicep end and the chest begin? I really hate it. I really hate it. The human body is weird. No offense to, Caitlin or Steven or anybody that I'm drawing in this picture, or the kangaroo. No offense to the kangaroo either. By the way, no kangaroos were harmed in the making of this picture because the kangaroo's winning. All right. So also the length from like the bicep to the forearm is kind of bothering me as well. These are like very hard things to draw, but if you can like get out of your head about it, it'll make it really a lot easier to bear with. All right, so my actual drawing is different from the reference photo. So I'm just kind of working with what I got, but let's see. Hair is kind of going straight down. Let's see. She got these big old glasses. I might have to tighten that up later, but and I know we're back to sketching, but I didn't finish sketching this earlier, so now what is interesting about the reference photo is that she's actually holding something up, so I actually have something to help me figure out how she's going to be holding up this sign. And I'm halfway like referencing it and halfway just coming up with stuff on the sly. So let's see. In fact, while I'm doing this, let me lower the transparency of the background again. Let's see. So I'm just gonna lower if I can. Why won't it let me do that? Give me one sec. Okay, I guess I gotta go this one step at a time. But matter of fact, no, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. I'll just get this orange, lower that, get this gray, lower that. And now it's going to be a little bit easier to draw this just because there's not so much commotion in the background. So, okay. Now this is going to be interesting because it's kind of like she's kind of leaning to the side in this picture, which is, it can be a good thing. That can make it a little bit more interesting. But let's see. Okay, so if I do wrong brush, if I do this and then just kind of have the legs extend out a little bit. Oh yeah, see that looks fun. Okay, let's see. And then I'm gonna bring this thigh in. And this is mostly my reference because I had to do like a lot of this beforehand. So most of what I'm getting from like the photo she sent is really just gonna be her face. Let's see. All right, so I'm gonna make this leg go kind of straight down. But yeah, thanks to you guys that participated and like gave me some of these prompts and just the people that are, tuned in. I appreciate it. Thank you ever so much. Let's see. Okay, so I'm doing the other hand and then just have like that finger extend out. So yeah, I think that looks pretty cool. Let's do like some shorts. Okay. She looks a little tall. Not to say she's not the tallest person, but she's not the tallest person. But I think that's fine. This is all fictional for the most part. All right, so let's get that sudden death sign tightened up. And after I tighten up this sketch, I'll probably just outline it again. It's the background, so it doesn't have to be flawless. So let's see. All right, we done tightened her up. And I might not even hold on a sec. I might not even fully render her in color. I might just have like a monochromatic thing for like the background characters. Also, I'm just kind of making these feet up. I know I said earlier not to hide your, insecurities and stuff like that, but this foot's finna be behind the other one. But I think that looks good. I think that looks good. The piece is still coming together. This is nice. Kangaroo looks nice. The key blast looks fantastic. All right, so while I'm tightening up background characters, let me go back in and tighten up Venom. Let's see. Okay. And I think I'm gonna have him tilted ever so slightly to the right. I think that'll be a lot more fun. Yeah, yeah, I think that works. I think that works. All right, so let me pretend at least that I know how to draw some muscles. All right, so I'm gonna go back to my pencil tool. I'm gonna lighten this up. Oh crap, 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 crap. Let me brighten this a bit. And I'm on the wrong layer. So let's do this top of the back and have that go down. This is gonna be fun. Do them butt cheeks. Yeah, this is what everybody came for, was twerking Venom. I can't get over this though. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to play Marvel Rivals later, but let's see. I want to get this shoulder down as well as this other shoulder. I gotta really have him doing this thing. This is another like where does the bicep end? I really hate where like the muscles connect because it's so hard to like figure out. And I never took an anatomy class, so it's just me in my mediocre experience of drawing characters. I shouldn't say mediocre. What's a better word? I don't know. But yeah, exaggerate these muscular parts, like the forearm where it's like just the bare arm, but like up top where it's muscle, you want that muscle to really pop. That's kind of how Venom looks. All right, and these quads, you want to get these quads in. He don't skip leg day. And then the same thing. Oh man, let me get the Steven out the way right quick. And then you kind of want to get these calves. You want some juicy muscle going there. There's like so much sus going on in just this one live stream, but hey, this is a fun experience. I'd love to do another live stream, but all right, so we got them thighs going down, and then they lead into the calves. And then I'm gonna have to draw the feet. I really don't feel like drawing the feet. Maybe I can get away with not drawing the feet. Chat, don't tell nobody. Okay, so let me go back to his face so I don't have to worry about the feet right now. Okay, so I'm gonna curve that, make that go in. All right, so we got the eyes. I need that grin to come across. Yes, sir. This is awesome. Sometimes you surprise yourself and you remind yourself that you're decent at drawing. And sometimes you make a lot of mistakes and then you're like, maybe I'm not. But this this is a testament right here. Testament to my being able to draw a symbiote twerking. I'm just gonna improvise on these feet. It's fine. And then let me go in on this little spider logo, tighten that up, and then I'll tighten up the Pope, and then I'll just kind of bring all of these characters in and put some color to it. So I'm gonna go back on my tablet and look up Venom again. Again, I know you guys can't see it, but just trust that's what I'm doing. Okay, so let me hone in on this spider. Okay, so I'm drawing that. It's got like the two segments. All right, all right, all right. So I'm just gonna kind of improvise here too. It just has I pretty much just have to draw forearms. Ooh, I'm referencing the rivals Venom, but at the end of the day, this is like my own drawing of him. So that's something to like remember when you're making drawings and stuff. At the end of the day, they're yours, and you can kind of do whatever with them. So keep that in mind. And then I'll draw like one more across here. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I feel like, let's see. I'll just bring this up a little bit. And I can clean this up when I actually outline it, but drop my phone. Twerking Venom, everybody. Twerking. Let me. Oh no, I forgot the tongue. I forgot the tongue. Very cartoony symbiote tongue, but hey. Yeah, that's Venom. Okay, so last order of business is the Pope. So let's go to the Pope. Wherever I put his folders. Is it? What? What? Okay, this is the effects. This is why we name our folders. Because I don't know where the heck I put them at. Let me turn the LA one back on. Okay, so I don't know where I put them. So I'm just going to go click and why did I name it that? What is wrong with me? Okay, so I'm going to. Okay, that's the back. I've made some questionable decisions when drawing this, but all right. This I'm probably gonna keep him simplistic and not have too much of a face. This is more so gonna be a representation of the Pope rather than the actual Pope because part of it is like I don't feel like doing it. I really don't. But okay, so let me turn that back down a little too low, and I'm gonna outline this one more time. Just to tighten up some stuff for when I actually outline it. And yeah. Let me put that neck right there. And this is just kind of a made up Pope design. Like you probably won't actually see him wearing a fit like this because I just pulled it out my keister, but I think for what it is, it looks good. It's really cool to see like this fully rendered kangaroo and then just this sketch of this Pope. Like basically it just kind of shows where this drawing started versus where it ended. Because the kangaroo looked like this not too long ago, honestly. Also, for anybody that's in here that wasn't here at like the start of the stream, I am drawing my friend Steven fighting a kangaroo in hell, with my friend Caitlin as the ring girl, Venom twerking in the background, and the late Pope. I don't like how I drew the Pope's hand. So yeah, this is a pretty chaotic composition, but I'm not gonna lie, I love it. Let me see. I think the thumb should be kind of tucked in. I feel like that's yeah, something like that. Yeah, he looks really angelic. It's almost like he's floating there. Let me. All right. I might shrink him down a bit, but that's pretty much the background characters a little bit more rendered. So, with that being said, how should I color them? Should I do the blue venom? Let me check the chat again. Let's see what everybody's talking about. Let's see. Okay. A good portion of this is done. I just have to figure out how I'm going to end this off. So, I guess I shall start with the other homie. So, since we are all human, I'm going to get the same brown color and I'm going to lighten it up to like a more pinkish, tannish color. Make things simple. And then I'm going to color in my background Caitlyn character. Okay, now I'm trying to figure out if I should outline this. I should. I really should. But I also really don't wanna. Mm, give me a sec. because I know exactly how I do this with my comics. I'm just like, matter of fact, I'm gonna treat this like it is my comic. This is just gonna be not that rendered. She's in the background, but she's not gonna be like, but I should do this though. Matter of fact, let me not be lazy. Let me actually do a decent outline. Maybe. We'll see how this goes. We'll see how I'm feeling. But I'm gonna start this off. And that's one big part of this is like actually starting. Because you can like play around all day and look at it and say what you're gonna do, what you're not gonna do. But if you actually start it, you can like get moving. You see, I'm already like getting into it. And I'm just kind of trying to follow the outline of the body. So let's see. Okay, so there's the hands. And this is stuff I could always like go back and just tighten up. It's just stuff that is just supporting the main piece. Let me actually get the marker tool. That'd be a lot easier since this isn't a full-on vector drawing. It's kind of like those, if you ever play a video game and then like the main characters and stuff are like full 4K resolution and then the background characters look like PS2 or PlayStation 1 characters. This is kind of like how that's gonna go. Why didn't I just do the out? Let me stop being stupid. So let me actually just do the outline and then fill that in. That'll make this a lot easier. So I'm just gonna go around. And again, there's probably an easier way to do this. Matter of fact, I know there's an easier way to even do this. But like I said, I'm not the best digital artist. I just primarily work with digital art. So, don't burn me at the stake or whatever. All right, so and then I'm gonna go outline this arm or fill in this arm or whatever I'm doing. Get this head in there. Do the phalanges. You know what I mean? And there's the arm. And so now I'm just gonna fill in these portions. Not much to it. Again, digital art, you can move pretty fast. Now, only downside is that, considering it's just work that pops up on a computer screen and there's not like any materials that go into it, it's not worth as much as like a full-on drawing. Like this ain't no Mona Lisa. Like no matter how good the art is, this is not the value is not the same. But in terms of getting something done, like depending on what you need to do, this is the move. This is where it's at. So all right, so I got that in. How do I want to do this hair? Matter of fact, let me see how this actually looks before I continue. That's decent. So how do I want to do this hair? It's pretty brown, so I'll just keep working in the same color and just darken the hair. About there. And like I said, this is going to be mostly monochromatic. I don't want to do too much in terms of like background characters and colors because that'll just make this hard. That'll just make this really hard. So I'm probably gonna even do the same like glasses, right? Or I'm gonna do the glasses the same color as the hair. I probably should have did the glasses in a different layer though. YOLO. Let's see. All right, and then the hair is kind of gonna come out to there. This is some decent looking hair. Okay, okay. How do I want to do this? I think it looks decent. Whoops. Okay. So I gotta like fill in these areas. Oh yeah, I was hoping I did that in a different layer because if not, I kind of screwed myself. But so far so good. I think I'm doing this right. Forehead kind of big. Let me look at my reference photo again. Okay. Alrighty then. Make the hair stand up a little bit more. Let me give her a little bit of a hairline, actually. There we go. That forehead was kind of big. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right. I'm getting somewhere. I am getting somewhere. All right. So now I'm gonna make like a gray top. I'm gonna use the same color, save time. I'm gonna make it kind of darker, not too dark, but I do want it to be darker. Let's see. So I'm gonna go under the hair that I just made, and then I'm just gonna actually what I could do. What I could no, let's not do that. But I will try something. So what's this called? Clip to layer below. This is a good tool to have because you can just it's kind of the same deal as the transparency lock. It'll just kind of make you draw inside the line. So all righty then. I could just do like this and then I guess I could fill it in actually. Let's see if that works. Control D. I'm gonna hit the P and then yeah, it's a decent top. All right, now some of this isn't filling in because I didn't like completely color it in the layer below. So let's remedy that, shall we? Yeah, that's a background character for you. But let's see. I'm gonna go select this skin again, and then I'm just gonna fill in the parts that aren't filled in right here. So okay, okay. Let me fill in this part. I need to change these arms, or like let me fill in that arm a little bit more. All right. All right. So let me go back to this gray color, and then I'm gonna fill in those little areas that aren't filled in. All right. Anybody that's just coming in is gonna be like, "What the heck is like? What is he drawing?" I'll zoom out in a sec so y'all can see. But all right, so now we've got a non-completed background character. But for anybody that's just now coming in or hasn't seen yet, this is man versus kangaroo with a bunch of other chaotic elements in the background to keep it simple. Let me uh let me check the chat again. Matter of fact, how long has this stream been? 3 hours. That's insane. That is actually insane. Okay, let's keep it going. At bare minimum, I can keep this going to 4, but we'll see how long I feel like going and how everyone's feeling. But definitely having fun with this though. Okay, so let's do the pants because that's something I have not done yet. Uh, how do I want to do these pants? I think I can do. Nope, that didn't work. I might have screwed myself on this one. Let me duplicate this layer, and I'll just draw the pants in the same layer. It's all about problem solving, everybody. I'm gonna darken up this gray. Again, don't gotta be perfect with the colors. And I'm gonna actually turn down this layer a little bit so I can see the pants again. So crap. Let me transparency lock this. And this will be pretty simple. You just kind of just fill in the area really. There's only like two lines just to indicate, the movement of the legs, like the kind of how they're shifted on top of each other. All right. So, and then let me actually just do the shoes the same color. Am I being really lazy right now? Kind of, but this again, this is a background character. So I'm gonna do one other thing to this background character. Looks good so far. So it's just kind of weird though, because it's definitely not as fully rendered as the foreground characters, but I think that's fine. I think that's actually fitting. Uh, what else did I say I wanted to do? Okay, so there's one other thing. I want it to be a little bit more rendered. So I'm just gonna get a gray color, darken it up, set it like 25 or so. Whatever I set this to. Matter of fact, let me set it like around 50. I'm gonna put another layer. I'm not gonna remember all these layers. I'm gonna put it on another layer, and I'm just going to do a little bit of shading. So I guess I'll do it like this. All right. I'm gonna get my vector brush actually, even though this isn't gonna really be a vector. You know. Oh, I'm gonna hit multiply. I don't think that helped. Okay, this works. So I'm gonna go under that chest area and then kind of outline the legs and stuff. This might not look as good as I think it does when I turn the opacity back up, but if it's anything how I think it'll be all right. Let me define that kind of chin. It's a very interesting aesthetic. All right, get some of the shadows and like the arms and stuff. And that looks halfway decent. I might have to like change it. Nah, I think that'd be fine. All right, let's brighten that up and oh, that actually looks decent. Let me fill in a few more areas right quick. Define some of these Oh crap, I did that wrong. Define some of these shadows. I think that looks good though. Interesting. Interesting. All right, if there's anything else that I need to clean up, I'll do it in a little bit for that, but I can bring that rock up. The feet look a little weird. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe I should define that too. That looks a little bit better. Let me erase. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Oh, I did draw them in the same layer. Okay. So I'm gonna just select that. Matter of fact, no, I'm gonna just select the actual skin tone and then just yeah, that seems a little bit better. Okay, okay. This is I love this drawing. I love this. Okay, so now the next two things we have to do is Venom and the Pup. So let us. Ah, should I do Venom first? I should do Venom first, right? Yeah, let me do Venom first. So I'm gonna get the same kind of dark color that I've got on her shorts, and I'm gonna go to Venom. This is so hilarious, dog. Trying to see where I should put the colors at. So I guess I'll do the same thing. I'll go above this layer and then just dim the brightness so I can see what I'm doing. And again, I'm not trying to like fully render these background characters. I just want to show that they're there, honestly. I'm really just I really hate that I'm doing this. All right, so get the arms and stuff. And I'm just kind of trying to get the contours so that I can color it without having to just completely color it by hand. Because I'm a cheater. I use digital software. Let's see. Honestly, there's really no such thing as cheating in art as long as you. I mean, I guess technically there is. As long as you're not using AI, but at the same time, if you're like stealing art, that's a little. That's getting into like different territory. Let me just keep doing what I'm doing. And now I got to get Steven out the way again. I hate that I drew this so well. I really do. Like I'm glad that I did, but I'm also like, bro, I really why did I do this? And why did it go so hard? All right, so we're just filling that in. Somebody's gonna like see, like come across my artwork one day and then they're gonna like review this and be like, so what was this about? You wanna explain this to us? They might love it though. I'd be like, oh man, he could put all this together. Maybe I'm just coping. All right, so filling in all these parts. And that's pretty much Venom. So now let's fill that in. Oh my gosh, why did I do that? Uh, oh, missed an arm. Okay, Control D. And that's basically the silhouette to it. Let me fill in some of this white space right here, but let's bring that out right quick. So we've got this dark silhouette. And oof, how do I want to do this now? So I guess I'll go ahead and fill in the spider. All right, so let me see if I can steal a color. Nah, I'll just make a new white color. All right, so I'm gonna make a layer above this one. Or actually, what I could do, I could just actually make them in the same. I'll just duplicate this and then make it in the same layer. All right, so now is where I have to like lock this in. All right, so let's see. I think it looks good so far, honestly. If there's anybody new coming in, they're probably like, yo, is this what I think it is? It is exactly what you think it is. So yeah, I'm doing the spider part, just kind of filling that in, and then I'm gonna just put the other arms across. And again, it's a background character. It doesn't have to be fully fleshed out, unless you just, if this were your drawing and then you just like to go all in on every specific detail you draw, then by all means. But that ain't me. That ain't how I do things. I like to have fun. Not to say that you can't have fun otherwise, but Okay, okay. Ugh, my neck. All right. So let's see how that looks. Oh yeah, that's a symbiote for you. That is definitely a symbiote throwing it back. But yeah, let me go ahead and just. It's good to play with opacity too. You can kind of see, what's working, what's not working, how it looks with like the rest of the piece. All right, so now let me actually draw his eye, and that's gonna be the same color as his little like spider on the back. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. So there's the eye, and I'm not gonna go too in depth on the mouth. I could probably just get away with actually just outlining the mouth in white as well. I might not, but we'll see how that works. I mean, that kind of work. Yeah, matter of fact, that does kind of work. I ain't gonna lie to you. So I was just clean up some of these spots. I like that. I like that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we're gonna let me see. Should I fill in that mouth? Uh, I don't know how I feel about that. I think that actually works though. All right, so now I'm gonna just define some of those areas. So I'm gonna do the same thing I did with her. Just get like a gray tone, hit multiply, and then get like a few shadows or something. And if anyone's wondering, no, I have not gone to the bathroom. I have not gone to eat. I have not passed go or collected $200. I will sometime before the stream ends, unless I decide to end the stream early, but I'll probably just like take a break soon and just have like a stream break and then come back at a designated time. So, all right, so we're gonna do this, hit multiply, and we're gonna define his cheeks and all that. How did I do this with her? What a freak, freak. Actually, yeah. Not bad. I'm kind of talking to myself, but I'm going to just set that to like clip to the other layer, and then I'm just gonna define some of this. Did that work? Am I doing this right? Okay. So I'm gonna, yeah. All right. So our venom is getting thick. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Put that down. Put this in there. Put that up there. And for the most part, I mean, I can define this jaw and like maybe the shoulders, but for the most part, that's basically how he is. What did I just? Oh my gosh, I didn't. Okay, so this is what I was talking about earlier with like making sure you're in the right layer because none of that was in the right layer, like at all. So that set me back by a few minutes. So I want to go in this multiply layer now and repeat what I just did. Am I doing that right? Hold up. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, I see what happened. Because I like clicked on the layer before and then I got stuck on the layer. It happens. Things happen. Sometimes you get some setbacks, but you gotta just, push through. Like I said, this is probably the most locked in I haven't been on a drawing in a long time. And do not mistake, this is not as productive as I usually am. Like I'm pretty productive, but I do a lot of like walking around, just clearing my head when I'm drawing, but kind of just locked into this right now. Mostly because I'm pretty much explaining what I'm doing as I go along. So now we've got some defined areas on that venom. Oh, I'm gonna do one other thing to this, despite my better judgment. I'm gonna put this in a folder, a lot of folders, like I said, and I'm going to do one other kind of like highlight tweak. So I'm gonna go to lighten. Where is lighten? And I'm gonna use the same gray color and just put a little highlight on it. Why did I do this? Why did I do this? Okay, Control D. I I hate that I did that. All right, so I'm gonna click Control S, save, and let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna do. Let me put Steven back in here. I'm going to do the Pope, and then I think I'll take a lunch break for like maybe 15, 30 minutes. So let's go on to the Pope, and then we shall probably break. Now the Pope's gonna be hard because I have to like actually envision an outfit for the Pope. Okay, so I guess his will also be black and white just so it doesn't take too much away. So I'm gonna use this kind of white color that I've got on Venom, and then I'm gonna put it on the Pope. The Pope seems so out of place in all this, but sorry, Father. But let's see, where is the Pope? I keep forgetting where. Oh wait, I know where I put the Pope. I know where I put the Pope. Okay, let's check the chat right quick. Okay, okay, so I'm going to put up an outline right quick. Well, not an outline, but just kind of color this outfit in. So I'm gonna lower the transparency just so I can see what I'm doing. I already like that color. So I'm gonna do this. Okay. I'm definitely not in these lines, but again, background character doesn't matter as much. All right, all right, all right. So this is definitely not how I drew it, but we can fix that in a minute. Let me turn up the transparency a little bit just so I can kind of tell where I'm putting these lines a little bit better. All right. Let me fill that in a bit. Control D to deselect. All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Let me do the skin now. So that's gonna be the. He looks so holy over there. It really fits. I'm gonna just use the same kind of skin tone as she's got. And then I'm going to draw skin under the little Pope hat or whatever. I feel like I'm downplaying the Pope. I mean no harm. All right, let me draw the hand doesn't have to be that detailed either since I'm not really doing too many defined lines. It just has to kind of have that hand shape. Decent, decent. It's all decent. Okay. Now I'm trying to figure out if I should do. I'll just do like a monochromatic to this color. All right, so the white is like right here. Let me label this so I know which is which. White. Okay. Okay, so now I'm gonna get that same kind of gray and define these lines. So I'm gonna hit multiply again, go in, and I feel like I should lower the opacity to this. All right. So I'm gonna define some lines right quick. I'm gonna hit my pen tool and just define these lines. All right. Okay, right here, right here, right here. I think that look good. I think something's not right here. Well, actually, no. Wait. Time. I've okay. Let me. Okay, I guess that works. I'll just lower the opacity. That should help. It might cause some problems later, but dang, I don't like that. Ah, let's try something. Let's see if I can fill that part in. I don't know if I can. Let me try to get a dimmer color on this. Oh, wait. Time. No. Okay, so I'm gonna select this white right here, and I'm gonna try to make a darker version of it. So it's 1098. Let's go 1064. So I'm gonna go above this white. Let's see. And then I'm just gonna fill this area in just to see how it looks. Okay, so that part looks decent. It's just that it is weird because of the like multiply I got going on. But I can clean this up though. I can definitely clean this up. Let's see. I'm gonna need to clean this up. It looks rough. All right, so I'm gonna just get my eraser tool and erase. Not every part's gonna look pretty, especially when you're kind of working within the time frame. But I think for the most part, it looks great. I think for the most part, it looks really great. So the Pope's starting to take some shape. That's good. I'm gonna go and fill in these areas right quick again. Mm, and then I guess I'll just use this same color just to keep it simple. Same color and just fill in these other parts to it. So I wonder if I can. Yeah, that should work. And then I'll just put like a little cross going. I can do it a little bit better than that. Okay. Okay. So we got the Pope there. I think I want a little ring around the little hat too, just to define it a little better. I don't know what the little throne top hat portion of like the Pope's hat is called, but okay. So we got a Pope in the back. We got Venom. There's so much going on in this piece, but it looks great though. It looks really great. So I'm gonna do one other thing to our ring girl, and then we are going to take a break. Give me a sec. Okay, okay. So in the background to her, I gotta separate where these lines are, but oh no, I needed that. Okay, so I'm gonna just define this sign in the back that she's got that says sudden death, and then I'm just gonna fill it in. All right. All right, and then on top of that, dismiss that. On top of that, I'm just gonna, matter of fact, let me copy her actual shirt. All right, so we got that, and then I'm just gonna write sudden death. Oh, that's too small. Oh, let me use the marker. Let me use the marker. That'll make it easier. It's good to have different brushes so you can kind of like they're good for different things. Sudden. I might not use my handwriting. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna use my handwriting. I'm on a computer for a reason, so yeah, I can't even see what I did. Okay. I'm gonna bring that down. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna do the multiply thing on it. So we're gonna put this at 48. I'm gonna write sudden death. And then I'm just gonna align it with the sign. Crap. Okay, so it's in front of our fingers, but I can fix that. There's a few things I could do with this actually. All right, so yeah, so now it's behind the fingers and in front of the sign. So yeah. All right, so we are going to take a brief intermission, and I am going to, get some food, go to the restroom, and then let me see. Let me check the chat right quick. Okay, so give me 1 second because I made a sign specifically for this. If I can find it. Stream sub. Okay, this should be it. Okay. So now it says, out to lunch. I'm gonna be right back. Let's say, crap. We are going to come back at 7:15. 7:15, and then we're gonna continue the stream and hopefully just finish everything up. It's mostly complete. It's mostly just like lighting and stuff that I got to do now. So we're almost done. But thank you for those that tuned in. I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna take a break, come back, sit down at around 7:15. So it's be like 35 minutes or something. Maybe 7:30 at the longest, but I'll be back. All right. I have returned. Let me see if anything or if anybody popped up while I was gone. All right. So, last time on Dragon Ball Z, where was I? Okay. But Steven was fighting the freaking kangaroo god of destruction, and there was freaking the Pope in the back with the ring girl and the twerking Venom. Okay. So, now what we're gonna do is to finish off the drawing. So now that I have all the elements in place, everything's kind of taking up the screen, everything has a sense of space. We're gonna, bring it all together. So where's the I gotta look at where the background is. Yeah, I pretty much just got some ramen noodles, cooked them up right quick, and just slurped them up. All right, so there's a lot of interesting things we can do here. I'm gonna bring this background back in. So, the prompt. This is supposed to be hell. So, let me get my glove right quick. Okay. So, this is supposed to be hell. And hell is supposed to be a dark place, from what I heard. Never been there. Don't plan on it. So, I'm gonna try to let me experiment with a gradient right quick. Let me do this background. I don't like I mm, I feel like that great. Hey, that's kind of cold though. I ain't gonna hold you. Let me see. Let me see how that looks. Uh, trying to see if I like that or not. If nothing else, I do like that gradient. So even if I don't use it in the background, I'll just hold it right there for a second. What I do want to see though is this go from like that color to a darker color. I feel like I have a little bit more energy right now that I ate something, but all right, so let's try this gradient to see how dark we can make this place. I kind of like that too. I'm not sure though. Let's leave the gradient alone. Because one thing we can do, I'm trying to think what I want to do with like the lighting of this stuff. First off, I know one thing I can do. Uh, I can give everything an orangish hue. So I could take this color. Let's make it 25 brightness. So if I put this on, everything is gonna have a blue or orange hue. Let me see if I could. I'm trying to. I'll just show you. I'll just show you. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. I'm gonna get my selection tool, and then I'm going to set this to multiply, and I'm just gonna set it to multiply. All right, so you see how that already made it like so much better. So you see how it went from like all these bright colors to like everything is like this like kind of warmer tone. I guess you'd say not the best artist, but yeah, yeah. So that's cool. That's cool. So already that's gotten more intense. But what else I can do is we're doing lighting stuff right now. What else I can do is go to like the gray tone I had earlier, or maybe even I'll just stick to the gray tones right now because I can change it later. So I'm gonna go to 49 and then where do I want to put this at? For the background characters, so anything, okay, that's the beam. Anything behind the kangaroo and the Steven, I'm going to make a little bit dark. Actually, it might get a lot darker. In fact, I'm really trying to figure out how I want to do this. I'll just just do what I know right now. I'm gonna go multiply, and let me not set it to 49. Let me set it to like 75 in terms of like brightness and stuff. If I can, okay. So I'm going to make the selection again, and now once I click it, everything else gets like this darker tone. So it went from this to like this. So now they're like the main focus. And honestly, I don't even where are the rocks? Because what I can do is make it so that the rocks are a little bit brighter. So it kind of brings them into focus a little bit better. Let me see if I, where are the rocks? Where are the rocks? Okay. Okay. So I'm going to reference this layer, and then I'm going to delete this space in there. So now the rocks are a little bit brighter. And honestly, I'm trying to think of a way I can, because I know I can do like a gradient right here and make it so that it gets a little bit brighter as it goes. Let me see if I know how to do that. Uh, there's a few ways I can do this. Let me try it like this, and I just hope it works. That's what a lot of this is trial and error, by the way. But let me see. This is the 75 one, and I'm gonna put it right there. So this is gonna be a pain. That didn't quite work how I wanted it to. However, that gives me a different idea because uh let me try something. Control D, I'm gonna hit P. Um mm, where's this background at? Alright, so no wait, that ain't it. Bear with me for a second. Let me put y'all on game. Okay, okay. Invert. I feel like there's a way to add to this selection area, and I don't. Oh, problem solving sucks. All right, let's just forget I said that. All right, we're gonna put this multiply back up, and then I'm trying to see where the darker areas should be. I'll figure this out in a second. But I do want to have some form of shading on the two main characters here. So let's see. Where's the kangaroo? All right, for him, or no, let's start off with Steven. So for the Steven, we're going to clip to the layer below, and then we're gonna use. Let me just test out. I'm gonna hit multiply, and then I'm gonna test out this light gray color to see how dark it is. If it's not dark enough, then I'll just. I think that's straight. That's straight. I could always go back and make it darker. Let me switch my pen tool. Let's see. And I kind of just wing it on the lighting, but yeah, this gives it this kind of cell shading where like the line is pretty consistent instead of it being like a blurred shadow. All right, and then we're gonna give like a little shadow under the hat and all that. Shadow under the dreads. I might make the shadow darker, like I said, but and let me give him a shadow like where the hat is like over the eyes and stuff like that. Gonna give a shadow to the arms and stuff. I want to have like a blue highlight too. Let's see how I want to do this. Let me give a little bit more shadow to like the legs and stuff. This is like such a fun. This was such a fun idea. I'm glad I did this. Let's see. And I'm just making like these little strokes and stuff. Nothing too complicated. Let's see. All right. I need to fill in this little part right here, but let us see. Okay, I've got that covered. Let me see. I'm gonna just click this layer so I know where it is. Eyedropper, go to my brush tool, and then just fill in these white areas. And then I got a little bit of the blue area uncovered as well. So I'm just gonna fill that in. All right. And so he looks a little bit more resolved. I think that looks good. And now we'll do the same thing for the kangaroo. I'm just trying to take a quick look at this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do the same thing for the kangaroo. All right, that's the outline. I'm gonna make a new layer, clip, multiply, and I'm just gonna use the same. It was like 75. All right, and I'm just gonna, give some shadows to it. Kangaroo's just so unenthused right now. Okay, just a few good shadows throughout the body. I gotta fill in this area. Let's see. And there's just like some cleanups that need to be done. But in terms of like a simple drawing, I'm probably close to finishing this. As long as I don't want it to get like too complex. This is just like a goofy drawing that I just decided to do, so might not get too crazy with it, but kangaroo beers. I did not think that I'd be drawing that today, like at all. It's not on my bingo card. Then just give a little outline to the bottom of these shoes, or a few shadows, I should say. And yeah, it's just starting to come together. It's all looking like a cohesive piece. This looks like this whole thing looks like something I just draw in college. It looks like a better version of something I draw in college. All right, let's see. Yo, the kangaroo looks like it's ready to like pounce, just hop on somebody. Yo, that'll look. Bro, Venom in the back is killing me though. Venom in the back is actually killing me. But let's see. I'm gonna sip some of whatever I got to drink over here. I got some unfinished coffee, and then I got some tea that I just brewed. Helps keep me up. Try my best not to do 2 cups of coffee. Anyway, okay, so I'm gonna lighten this back up for a sec, and I'm gonna go to my gradient, I'm gonna select this orange, and I'm gonna try to do a gradient on this background here. Lighting is a difficult thing for me because it's kind of like effects and you got to know how light works and stuff, but I'm decent with it, I feel like. So, all right, I'm gonna clip that. There are so many layers on here. All right, it is actually killing me. I hope my computer isn't being weird, my flash drive disconnected, because that happens sometimes. And I'm not restarting this. So, oh, that's sick. That's sick. Okay, so y'all see what happened, right? Uh, let me see if I can turn this back on. So I got the gradient and it made like the rocks kind of like light up a little bit. So if I, where's the gradient? Where's the gradient? Where's the gradient? Oh no, I don't know where I put the gradient. I mean, it should be on the layer. Okay. So yeah, if I turn the gradient off, then that's that. But if I turn it back on, now we're cooking some. I could also do the multiply. I feel like the multiply might actually work better. Not sure entirely. I feel like, let me control Z that. I don't know how to feel about either one because I definitely prefer there to be something right there. Okay, okay. If the background was blurred a bit, like if the lava was a little bit blurred, I think that might help. Where is the lava? I'm asking that like y'all are drawing it. Wrong thing. Okay, so I got the lava right here. That looked cursed. But I'm gonna control J just to test some things out. And then I'm just gonna, matter of fact, let me turn the other one off. And then I'm just gonna blur the background. Gaussian blur. Let me try 10. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. All right, so let's. So I think the blur does help. I think the blur does help because I do I kind of like that. I kind of like that. So already we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Mm, I think the actual background. One, I think the background should have a little bit more texture to it. So this is like the not as fun part because you gotta like really nitpick your own art and all the major stuff is already done. It looks amazing, but not to, stroke my own ego or whatever, but it looks amazing. Let me see. How do I want to do this? Lost my train of thought. Let's go. Yeah, the rocks, the rocks, the rocks. So I'm going to just click wherever this layer may or may not be. I'm gonna I'm gonna name this something so I don't forget where it is. Rocks BG for rocks background. And let's try to just make some texture on the rocks. Now there's brushes for these. I don't really care for the brushes. I feel like most brushes kind of take away from your aesthetic. Oh dang, that was looking nice too. But no. I'm gonna just put this in a folder. Why did the folder do that to me? There's a lot of technical stuff about this software. It is really annoying, but it's really great software. Okay, so I'm gonna make another layer for like the texture, and we're just gonna like kind of go down and make these kind of rocky textures. I'm still just using my normal brush. All of this is pretty much made with the same brush for the most part. And nothing against custom brushes. I would highly recommend you use custom brushes, especially depending on like they make your art style unique. So there is that. There is that. I They definitely separate you from other artists, but also I I personally just don't like to use most of them, especially like paying for custom brushes. Like, bro, I'm a starving artist, bro. I'm not paying for brushes. Like, I'd like to make my own one day. That would be cool to have like my own custom brushes, but like I don't even work with my own custom brushes. So like me selling custom brushes would just be like, what are you doing, dude? All right, let's raise the brightness a little bit. That didn't help. That honestly didn't help. Matter of fact, let me see something. Because I feel like this would be better if it wasn't one solid color. If I like went with the gray and multiply again, I think that might be better. All right, so I'm gonna hit multiply. I don't know if that helped. I honestly don't know if that helped. Maybe if I turn it down a notch. I mean, that looks all right. That looks all right. Well, I mean, if I was gonna do that, I could just make it a little bit brighter. Let me try 75. Okay, now I'm gonna fill that in and then see how the multiply looks. That's a little bit better. I'll let it rock for right now. But yeah, the rocks are looking a bit more rocky. So I'm gonna do what am I gonna do? I'm gonna do one more layer and then I'm gonna hit lighten actually. So I'm gonna see how this looks with a little bit of I'm gonna pick the background color and see how that works. I don't think that worked. So uh freak dog. Or actually, it might work. It might work. Let me see some. Maybe if I do it like this. Okay, that didn't help at all. Or did it? No, it did not. Not actually. Okay, I see what it did. I see what it did. So I might have to make a folder within a folder. I hate doing that because it gets confusing, but let's see. All right, let's try that again. So lighten, that is not helping. Lightening is not helping at all. Let's try screen. And a lot of these color modes, yeah, screen works a lot better. A lot of these color modes are made specifically for lighting. So I would definitely advise you to look at color modes, at least the ones for like shadows and stuff. I think that would really help you out if you want to be like somebody that does digital art. That would go a long way. That would help you out a lot. All right, so I'm just making a light. I don't know if screen, whoops. I don't know if screen is really helping color. Okay, I don't like color dodge. I really don't like that. um, add. Let me try multiply. I mean, multiply is. Let me try divide. Let me try divide because it's the opposite. I don't know how I feel about that. I actually know. I kind of like. I kind of rock with that actually. I don't know. I kind of rocking with that. All right, let me see. Do I like? Because I think what was it? Subtract? No, not subtract. Not subtract. Let me try overlay. Overlay is kind of cool too. Overlay is kind of cool. I kind of like overlay. Overlay or see, but this goes better. This goes better with like the light beam, but I don't think it goes with the overall piece. And plus, I don't think it needs to go with the light beam. So, okay, so we got overlay. Hard lights. You think I know these by now, but there's like so many options to these. What did? Okay, I saw divide already. Oh, I hate glow. I hate glow. Not the artist, but yeah, yeah. Okay, you know what? Let's keep this simple. We're gonna do overlay, and we're just gonna dim the overlay to like maybe 50. But see, I feel like there was something for that. Oh well, you know what? We'll let it rock for right now. If I remember what else it was, then I'll go back and change it. But okay, so now we've got some lighting. We got a few little effects and stuff. What else? What else am I missing? Let me look at the background again. I don't like the dark background. I kind of like that one. Something's not right here. I can't. Oh, wait. Let me click this right quick. Okay, so the overlay. The overlay is not locked on the layer below. So that's why that looked a little weird. Okay, so I don't know how I feel about the gradient in the background. I like that there is a gradient in the background. I don't know how I feel about that gradient in the background. Um, hmm. While I'm doing this, let me oh man, it's very close to completion. I feel like this is very close to completion. I feel like there's some stuff that I need to tighten up. The Venom rock is looking kind of wonky. I'll fix that in a sec, but Venom is just having a fun time. It's insane. But yeah. Let me check the chat. Okay, let's see. I got 4 likes. Let's see. This stream has been whoops. The stream has been 4.5 hours. Not bad. Not bad. All right, let's see. How do I want to finish this off? It looks so great already though. Let me go back to my references. My references were Mustafar from Star Wars and Planet Namek Destroyed. I haven't looked up Namek Destroyed yet. I just had it in mind. I feel like some dark clouds would go hard. Yeah, I think dark clouds would really set this off. I feel like it's not dark enough. Matter of fact, I feel like some red. It's hell, so it's got to be red, right? It's got to be red. Okay, so I'm going to take this background color, the little orange. I'm gonna set it on my gradient, and then I'm gonna take this orange color right here. It's 20. I'm gonna make it 10 so it's closer to red. Now let's see how that goes. I'm gonna put it in the gradient, and we're just gonna see how it looks. So give me a sec. I'm gonna start a new layer. Let me control S and save because if I lose this, I'm gonna actually be irritated. But I need to also get rid of the sketch lines and stuff, but we'll do that. We'll do that in a little bit. It's mostly over with. I think by 9 at the latest, I'll end the stream. Because by then I'll be dang near finished, if not finished. So, let's see. Okay, so we're gonna click up through here, drag this down. I like that better. I like that better. I don't know how much better I like it, but no, I don't like that. Okay, so what if it went from black to red though? Because I don't know. It feels not dark enough. I'm not tripping, am I? Not tripping. Ooh, nah, that's heat. That's heat, bro. This is it. This is oh my gosh. This sets the tone. It's like sudden death and everything is just that's sick. That's sick. This looks so much more dramatic now. I love that. It doesn't feel as much like it's in hell anymore. It feels like it's more so in an active volcano, but it still looks cool though. Like, oh my goodness, this is dope. Gotcha. Okay. So now we've got an active background. We've got let me change up the lighting a little bit if I can even so oh this is sick. Yeah, if I turn that back on, this is cool. This is actually really cool. Where's okay, so what I can do, wherever I put LA's folder. Okay, so I got him, and then this is gonna be the beam. Let me name this beam. And I'm gonna move the beam folder above the lighting. Oh, see now it's brighter. See now it's even brighter. That's pretty sick. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna hold you. This is a nice piece. I can't get over Venom in the background though. Venom is like actually just tripping me out. But okay, so we're getting there. We're almost done with this. So let's see how I want to do the rest. This is such a cool piece, man. Let me get rid of the sketch layer because it's just in the way at this point. Heck, if I can even find where I put it. This is why you have to manage your layers. No, that's not it. Okay, let's see. That is so not it. All right, hold on. All right, so that's marked effects. All right, all right. Now, what is this folder? Okay, so let's see. We're almost done with this. I know I've said that for like the past 5 minutes, but this kangaroo is tripping me out too. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is actually a hilarious drawing. Okay, where am I back? Uh, okay, you know what? Let's see. Let me look at my reference photos again. And now I think, okay, so when you've got like volcanic rock, let me see if I can look up Mustafar again. When you've got like volcanic rock, the darker part will probably be the top because the bottom is getting lit up by lava. So the shadows are gonna be weird here. This is a pain, but I'm not gonna lie to you. This also kind of negates the lighting I did earlier since it's darker. Now I gotta fix that. Okay, let's look up Mustafa. I'm gonna look up Mustafar again. Yeah, and it's yeah, like I said, it goes from dark to light. So let me whip up another gradient. Oh, this is actually rough. Yeah, this stream is ending at 9 at the latest. There's only so much more I can do to this. But let's see. I am having fun though. All right, let's try to do a gradient. So I'm gonna pick my blue eyes white dragon. I mean my gray color. Put it right here. No, see that ain't gonna work. Oh, this is gonna be a pain. Let me get a dark color. Could I do like two? I think I've got an idea. All right, so I'm gonna make it go from like okay, I'm gonna get my gray color, right? So at like 50. And then I'm gonna, set it on the gradient. And then I'm gonna set the other part of the gradient to transparent. And then I'm gonna hit multiply. So let me see where I put the rocks. Where the heck are the rocks? Man, I hate it here. Uh, ch- ch- Okay, so here's the rocks. Like I said, be sure you know where all your layers are, because I am a mess right now. All right, so we got, I know where the rocks are, so now this is gonna be complicated because these two rocks are, if I'm not mistaken, brighter than the other ones, or they're going to, that's pretty cold, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta fix that later. It's a little too dark for my liking, but, mm, actually, I might not have to change that lighting at all. Anyway, I'm gonna I'm gonna select these two rocks if I can, and then I'm gonna put the gradient to them specifically. So let's see. I don't know which direction this is going. I might have did it wrong. Okay, yeah, I think I did that backwards. Okay, so now I'm gonna hit multiply. Ooh, I don't think that did what I wanted it to. Maybe if I hold on. Okay, I think I did it right that time. No, I did not. Wait, yes I did. Yes I did. Yes I did. Oof. Okay, let me see if I can move that up a little bit. Oh no, see, no, no. Uh, Control Z. Now let me see if I could. No, that didn't do what I wanted it to. Okay. Control Z, and I'm gonna lighten up the gradient. I think that might help. So if I go to like 75, go back to my gradient. That's backwards. Let me change the angle just a little bit. I think that works. All right, so now I'm gonna multiply. That is not that. Okay, I did it backwards. Control Y. Okay, I see what I did. It's supposed to go from lighter to darker, and that's not what I did. So let's go multiply again. I'm doing this so wrong. That's this is confusing. See, that's that. I think this is right. I think this is right. This looks right, but I still think it's too dark. Am I tripping? I'm gonna try this one more time. I'm gonna try this one more time. So I think it was like up, and it should go from light to dark. Should being the operative word. Oh my God. Okay, I got another idea. I got another idea. So I'm gonna get a darker tone, right? I'm gonna get my trusty 49 to 50 or whatever. If I if I can do it. It doesn't have to be perfect. All right, so now I'm gonna hit multiply again. I'm gonna get my marker tool, blow it up a little bit, and then I'm just gonna glaze the top of these rocks. Let's see. All right. Now bear with me for a second. Uh, so I'll kind of round this out. I feel like that would make more sense. All right, so with that being done, I'm gonna copy this and turn the other one off. Just that's what I like to do when I'm testing stuff. So let me control Z actually. I want to keep this in the same space. And I'm gonna hit this blend tool. What's the difference between blending and smearing? Off the top of my head, I don't know. But yeah. See that's a lot more. That works. That works a lot better, I feel like. Yeah. My neck is hurting. All right, so I think that works. I think that works. I'm gonna control D, deselect. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. I'm gonna add a couple shadows to both. Like characters. Let's see. What is this folder? Oh, I could really delete that if I wanted to. Give me just a sec. Sips tea. Okay, so lighting. So I'm gonna take this orange and I'm going to, where are the rocks? I keep losing the rocks. Okay, so how do I want to do this? Let's multiply. I'll just go on top of this layer and then I guess I'll just do another gradient. Now this time, let me see if I can get this correctly. I'm gonna go from transparent to that orange color. Let's see if that works. And let me make sure I clip it to the layer below. I don't know if yeah, I should have hit multiply, shouldn't I? Am I tripping? That's not it. Let me try divide. Will divide work? I mean, that's interesting. But oof. Let's try overlay. Overlay looks like it works. Overlay is working pretty well, actually. Let me actually. Hey, my gosh. Got folders and folders. Give me a sec. That's this is gonna be rough. Uh, I think I did that right. I think maybe I didn't. I mean, I guess. Yeah, that looks about right. That looks about right. Okay. Okay. So, well, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's very close to being done. I'm gonna do the other rocks too. First off, let me actually edit some of these other rocks. There's a lot of stuff that I just need to clean up. Okay, so these are the other rocks. Let me actually get these out of the way. I want these in a separate layer, so I'm gonna, whoops. Let me, this is looking pretty cool though. I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of outdid myself. And this was just like a quick one. Just imagine what I can do if I actually tried. Okay, so, all right, we got the rocks here. Let me do the background rocks. New folder. I'm gonna label it background rocks or just BG rocks. Let me do BG rocks. That sounds cooler anyway. All right. Okay, so now I'm gonna control V to paste. And I I was gonna sing, but let me not do that. All right, so let me new layer. I'm gonna go to how did I even do this? That's one thing about just drawing a lot. You kind of forget what you just did when you're learning a lot of new stuff. Oh man. Okay. So I'm gonna assume, I mean I could just look at the folder for the rocks. I don't know why I'm being all dummy about it, but okay, so I hit multiply. So I'm gonna assume yeah, I did the gray color. All right, so I got my gray color here. I'm gonna go with these background rocks. And I'm gonna just fill these in to make them like darker. If I can. Let me see. That is not what I wanted to do. Lock layer, transparency, whatever. Oh wait, no, that ain't. That's also not what I wanted to do. I've been doing this for way too long today. But let me see. I gotta like wrap this up. Oh, one thing. Let me actually, because he's not completely standing on that. Let me Control C, Control V, and then I'll just extend this a little bit. Control T, tilt it, and I'll probably just clean it up a bit, or maybe I won't. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right. Yeah, I love this piece. I love this piece so bad. Okay, so don't mind the noise. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Okay, I'm gonna take this, merge this with the other rock, Control E. All right, now I'm going to get my gray color and just fill in these rocks. My brain is like not functioning right now. Okay, 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 that worked. And then I hit multiply. I'm like on autopilot. I'm like, this, I'm pretty sure this is how this works. Something's not right. Okay, actually, I know it's not right. Let me go to 75. Something like that. That'll work. That'll work for right now. And then I'm gonna take that orange and just overlay it. So new layer. These layers are gonna kill me. New layer. Take that orange, overlay, and fill. That kind of works, honestly. Hmm. I feel like I did this backwards. Let me switch these. So I'll put the multiply up here, bring the overlay up here. That looks like the exact same thing. So I'll just let it rock. Or actually, no, I won't. I'm gonna darken that a bit. So I'm gonna get my gray color. I'll let that rock. I'll let that rock. I'm kind of tired. So, but am I that tired? Hold on. Control Z. Let's see. All right. So I can go on the rocks and darken them up a little bit. But I kind of don't want. You know what? Bump it. I ain't doing it. All right. So let's see. I'm gonna try to hurry up and wrap this up. So what else needs to be done? Let me save this right quick. First off, let me actually get rid of these outlines because they are not a part of the final product. That it? Okay, cool. So that's gone. That's gone. Let me get rid of this out. Let me. So many outlines, dog. I'm so disorganized right now, and just in general. Okay, so that's gone. Let me see if I can get rid of the outlines on her. I gotta just tighten her up. She looks a little rough. Not that. Oh, whoops. How? Everything but the outline. Okay, cool. Let me put her top back on. There we go. That felt intrusive. Okay, so now I gotta get rid of the Pope stuff. Let me actually give him a little. Uh, This one's gonna be interesting. This one's gonna be interesting. Let me see if I can bring in some. Heavenly Light. What if I put him in the back? I don't think I want to put him in the back. Should I put him in the back? Let me put him in the back. Where did I even put him? I got one more good hour in me, I'm telling you. I got one more good hour in me, and then that's it. Okay. There's so much going on in this piece. Like, I love it. Okay, so let's see. The Pope, the Pope, the Pope, the Pope. Let me just click on the Pope because otherwise I'm never gonna find him. Okay, I'm gonna rename this Pope because this is confusing me. All right, so let's see what we got here. Oof, he looks rough too when I zoom in. Let me clean up Mr. Pope Man over here. All right. And as we finish up here, like I said, things don't have to be perfect. This is a very just quick drawing. I know I did a lot of things here, and I'm more so just flexing the stuff I know how to do in this software than actually making a cohesive piece. Which this is a pretty cohesive piece, but no, it was a fun time. This is a fun. Why did he recommend this to me, bro? What did I do this for? This is wild. So so with the Pope, my neck, it hurts. Like I said in some of my other videos, you stare at the screen long enough and just do this for hours, this is very taxing. Especially if you do this every day. Like some of us comic book writers and digital artists, this is like I'm assuming this stream is about at like 5.5 hours now. Very rough time. I'm gonna limit my complaints, but yeah, just keep that in mind. Mm, okay. Let me save that again. Trying to figure out what all I should just knock out. Let me go back to Caitlin and click her and just fill in some of these rough areas. I know a lot of this stuff is like stuff people wouldn't really notice at first glance, but some people will zoom in. You know, you want it to look as good as you can, regardless of how hard somebody looks at it. And plus, even if nobody else notices, you'll notice. You'll notice. So if you get to the point where you make so few mistakes, even you don't notice, then it's very unlikely for somebody else to notice those mistakes. Right? If you make some mistakes and you notice them, maybe somebody else won't. But if you don't even notice them and you're drawing it, somebody'd have to be staring pretty hard. Now, not all the time. Not all the time. Sometimes you just overlook things. But all right, let me go back and fill in some of these areas. Right now, I'm just doing like cleanups. I'm really just finishing up this piece. Trying to think what else needs to be done. I'm gonna check the chat in a sec to see if anybody's still paying any attention. But let's see. How did I even do this? Okay, yeah, that's normal. So if I okay, this is multiply. I got you. So I'm gonna just fill in some of these shadows and rough spots. But yeah, I feel like I did pretty good on this. It's coming to a close. Yeah, let me get this sign and fill this in. Yeah, this is the not so fun and boring part to where you just kind of knocking stuff out, just making slight nitpicks and tweaks, just to make everything feel resolved. Not perfect, but resolved. I think, even if I stop now, I have a pretty solid piece. I'm gonna give it, like I said, I'm gonna give it 1 more hour just to like resolve everything. You want to go that extra mile. You don't want to, just throw something together, which this is kind of thrown together, but you want this thrown together piece of art to look as best it can. I left the tongue out. Let me actually copy his tongue. Let me see what I can do. Ooh, that is not what I meant to click on. Let me zoom in a little bit more. See all those awesome pixels. Okay, like I said, we just kind of want to conserve colors. We don't want to do too much. Where's Venom? Venom. All right, all right, all right, all right. So let me undo some of this. Okay, so I'm gonna put the tongue, behind him, and then I'm just gonna kind of free draw this. It's just a little wiggly tongue. I don't know how I feel about that. Let me zoom out. Yeah, you can kind of tell it's there. I don't want to do too much now. I'm just gonna kind of wrap some of this stuff up and get ready to end the stream. Uh, okay, let me go to Mr. Not Beerus over here. Let's see. Where'd the kangaroo go? Oh my gosh, I lost it. You know what? Let me just click him to make this easier on myself. Okay, brain not work. Okay, so let me go to the outline, hit E, and just clean up these like vector areas. Like I said, we're bringing this to a close. I'm trying to wrap this up. Projects due in 5 hours or whatever, and we're just trying to knock this out. I don't even know if I'm gonna add any background elements. I know I wanted the one building. I'm probably gonna throw in the one building, but before that, let's actually do some shadows. I think this looks amazing. I think this looks amazing. Let me check the chat, see if anybody's still here. Y'all went to sleep on me? Oh, wait. Can you not see on the? Oh, shoot. I didn't even notice. Okay, my bad. I forgot to turn that off. Nope, not that. Okay, okay. I need to fix this chat thing. So, sorry for anybody that was like trying to pay attention and couldn't see, but basically, let me see, I'm finishing up the kangaroo. I really had that blocked off for like, how long have I been back? It's like been about an hour. That's crazy. My bad, y'all. But yeah, I got a twerking Venom. I got my boy LA, and then I got the Pope and my girl Kate. So I'm like 80% done with this right now. I could sworn I turned that off. That's gonna bother me. That's like a whole hour's worth of content. Anyway, let me wrap this up. So I'm gonna do some shadows. I'm gonna set this to 41. No, I'm gonna set this to 49. And then I'm gonna do some shadows on the kangaroo. I'm gonna hit the marker and just do a little. It's gonna be a simple shadow. Let me do one under the tail too. So I'm gonna hit multiply. I don't think that worked. Am I even in the right layer? Please, God, tell me I'm in the right layer. Okay. Oh, wait. It's supposed to be. Hmm. I'm gonna copy this layer, delete it, and then wherever the rocks are, where are the rocks? Okay. There are so many layers here. Okay, 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 okay. That didn't work. Let me put this behind. Everything is like not going right now. Okay, there we go. Why? Okay, okay, okay. I know what I did. I know what I did. I think. Let's see. Yeah, 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 yeah. All right, so let me hit multiply right there. And now we have a little shadow going. This is so hard to organize. But let's see. Let me fix that up a little bit. Just tighten it up. I don't think I'm gonna do too much more. I want it to be done by like by 9 at the latest. Let me change up these shadows. Let me lock it in a little bit. Yeah, yeah, that feels a bit more organic. All right. And yeah, all right, all right. So there's a shadow there. Let me blur it a little bit. Copy it just in case I don't want it, but I'm gonna blur it. All right, we're gonna Gaussian blur, set it to 10. Let's set it to 20. All right, that's a decent looking shadow. That's a decent looking shadow, actually. All right, all right, all right. We almost there. We almost there. Maybe ended by 8:30, but at 9 at the latest, like I said. All right, so now we're gonna go back to our MC, wherever he is. All right, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, you can see how hectic and chaotic these layers get, like after you've been working, especially with something with so many elements to it, and somebody that's not the most organized. All right, so boom, let's go. We're gonna hit the shadows under his feet. I'm gonna kind of make it lean into each other. I don't want it like just under his feet. I kind of want it to almost fade out. It's still kind of like a cell shading type deal, but I almost want it. Matter of fact, let me actually connect it. Let me actually connect it. I think that'd be a little bit better. All right, so let's hit multiply. That didn't do what I wanted it to do. Now I gotta, okay, okay. Let me control C, delete. Now I go back to the rocks, wherever they are. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let me see if I can put these on the same layer. Oh, I can. Okay, so now I'm gonna, duplicate that one. I'm going to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, and I'll put that one to, I think I had it at 10, right? 10 as well. Okay. If it wasn't 15, it might have been more than that. I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, so let's think of some last touch ups. The foreground looks nice. The background looks nice. The background characters could use some cleaning up. Matter of fact, let me darken the background characters, actually. I think I already do have something set for them. No, that's not it. Let's see that multiply. Oof. Let me switch where this multiply is actually. I'm going to try to put all these in the same folder. All right, and then I'm gonna just yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay, okay. So now the background figures are a little bit darker. Also, let me see. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now that red tone is back. Okay, so this is looking almost finished. This looks almost finished. Let me check the chat again just to make sure everything is fine. Sorry again that y'all couldn't see for like an hour, but okay, okay. So let's see what we could finish this off with. Hmm. Ah, this is tough. This is like the rough part of it. Hold on a sec. I don't think I want to put any more backgrounds and stuff to it. I think I'll leave that alone. I do want to change the like the rock in the back though. So let me turn this off. Let me click on that little overlay. Let me actually change this back to, let me see, multiply. Let me see, multiply or overlay. I think I like multiply a little bit better. In fact, let me see. Let me click this right here. That's not what I wanted. Okay. So, what's this on? Oh, this is just the normal thing. I guess I'll just let it rock. Well, no, 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 no. I want to try something. Okay, let's see how this looks. I I don't think that I don't know how I feel about that. You know what? I'll just leave it like that. I'll just leave it like that actually. Whew. Okay, so I'm gonna try to do one more thing to the Pope, and then after that, I think I might just call it because most of the major things are done. Like I can do some like cleanups and stuff, but most of the piece is really done. I can fix up Venom a little bit. Like I said, this is the kind of lame part to where you have to like tidy up everything. It is like my least favorite part of drawing anything. Is just like the nitpicks and the final tweaks. It is so not fun, but I'm gonna try to guide y'all through it. Let me see where I put Venom. Oh wait, wait, wait! I put everything in one little folder. That is not convenient. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna name this background characters. Okay, now I'm gonna go to Venom. What color did I even have for? Let me turn off some of this. All right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna click this and just fill in these little lines that aren't filled. Oh, that ain't good. How? Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. I think. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah. So I had that turn on. Yeah, my mind is like not working. I gotta end this soon. But like I said, I thank all of y'all who are like tuned in, those that kind of popped in and left out. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna try to and thank y'all for those who gave me the idea to like do this monstrosity of a piece. All right, all right, all right. So I'm gonna have to put like a timestamp for like when that out to lunch sounds up there. I could have sworn I turned that back off. I'm tripping. That is embarrassing. But oh crap, crap, crap. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna tighten this up and then I'm gonna like look over everything one good time. And then I think I'll call it there. Just doing like last little nitpicks. All right, all right, all right. So yeah, not perfect, but again, we're not looking for perfection here. We're just looking for some. Let me see. Where's she at? I'm gonna fix up like her glasses right quick, just to make them a little bit more interesting. If I can even find where I put anything. Let me change up this sudden death. If I can. Okay. I don't know, flip. Okay, I got you. All right, so we're gonna change this color a bit, just so it's a little bit darker. All right. Okay, I'm gonna check that off. I think that mostly looks good though. I'm gonna give the Pope some aura. I don't want to do too much. I really want to get this stream kind of ended. And there's stuff that I could change up, but this was really just a fun thing, so I don't want to turn it into something like too crazy. All right, so let's see how I can do this. I'm gonna click E and just kind of tighten up some of these areas. And let's see, I'm gonna click here and just smooth this out a little bit. Just like erase some of this. I can't actively check the chat, but if anybody just popped in, I'm almost completed with this. All right. And we're gonna give the Pope some aura, like I said. So I'm gonna put like this little halo outline, and let me see what all we got. This is a nice looking Pope. Not the best, but let's see. I'm gonna hit E to erase if I can. I'm like so lost on my own drawing. Okay. I knew I wasn't tripping. Okay, so E. I'm gonna just erase a little bit of this. All right. So now the Pope has a little glow to him, and I want him to be that same kind of blue that he's got here. Let's see how that looks. So that is not what I meant to do. Okay, so this blue. All right. So I'm gonna copy this Pope. I'm gonna turn this blue off actually, and then I'm just gonna make a blur. So let's see, because I want him to have like this little glowing effect. I forgot. Anytime you're doing a blur, you also want to make sure the transparency lock isn't on because it just won't blur. See, now he feels like a Jedi in all this. This is an interesting piece. All right. You know, the LA on his hat is backwards. I don't know if I want to fix that, but I think this is almost all that I'm going to end up doing. I think for the most part, it looks straight. I'm going to, let's see what all I need to do. Let me take a quick look through at everything. I'm gonna add a couple more shadows to these two in the background. And then I think that'll be about it. So let me save this again right quick. And ah, All right, let me fix her feet down here. I feel like there was something that I needed to do just then, and I completely forgot what it was. But oh, wait. Okay, I'm on here with the background character. See, my mind is not functioning. I need to stop, but I'm not done. I got these few cleanups, and then I'll call it. Control I. I'm gonna go to my brush, clean this up. All right. Let me erase some of that. Okay. Okay. All right, and then I'm gonna add a shadow to hers. If I can. I hope. You know what? I don't have to hit multiply, I don't think. I think I could literally just I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, matter of fact, yeah, I think if I just hit the black, um, and then just lower the trend. Yeah, that's fine. I'm tripping. Yeah, and then I guess I'll set that to 50. And then I'm not even gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna give it a strong blur. So now she looks like she's falling. That's actually kind of funny. But yeah, and then I'll give a shadow to Venom. Let me drop her shadow just ever so slightly. All right. And now I'm gonna give a shadow to Venom, and then I'm gonna kind of look over everything, and then just maybe respond to chat and put my signature on and call it a night. Okay. I don't wanna take this too seriously. I do enjoy this piece though, and I do enjoy that. I enjoy the stream kind of practice. It was very fun. All right, so I'm just gonna. I don't know if I'm gonna make. Let me go ahead and make this one connect too. All right, and then let me just go ahead and blur this strong blur, and then I'm just gonna turn down the brightness to say, like I said, 50. And yeah. Oof. See, I feel like that shadow's a little thin. I know I said I'm not a perfectionist, but I do get in my own head a lot of the time. So, all right, let's try that. Uh, I don't want to take too much longer. I'm gonna try to end this at 8:30. I know, so I got like less than 15 minutes. All right, I'm gonna filter, blur, Gaussian blur. No, actually, no. I don't even want a Gaussian blur. I don't even want to think. I'm gonna just strong blur. All right. So we got. Oh, okay. So this is actually sick. Let me, turn all my off layers on. So let's see, and then I'm gonna turn this back on. Yeah. Okay. So I think everything looks pretty good. Yeah. So the kangaroo has the high ground. Steven's got the key blast. All that. So let me check the chat just to make sure everything's straight. All right. So, next time I'm gonna actually I could have just pulled this up on my phone and then read the chat. Yeah, okay, I'll know that for next time. But um this live stream is almost 5.5 hours. So I'll go ahead and sign my name at the bottom. Actually, hold on, one more thing. While I'm on this and I'm still thinking about it, I did want to add something to her glasses. like a little glimmer in the glasses. Let me see where the I should have named these. Okay, that's where the hair and stuff is. So I'm gonna use this as a reference layer, and then I'm just gonna fill that part in with an off-white color. It doesn't have to be perfect. I can't even tell that's there. Let me see. All right, I'm gonna just put a full white color there. Yeah, that works. That works. And then the LA on his hat is backwards, and I'll fix that, and then I'll sign my name. Wherever I put him, there are so many layers to this dog. So yeah, now you can see my hectic process of drawing. It's pretty rough, not gonna lie. All right, so let me get this Control T, edit, transform. I guess I didn't have to Control T, but flip horizontal. And now it's where it needs to be. Let me go back to her, wherever she is. And let me see, that's the kangaroo. Background characters. All right, all right, all right, all right. Let me turn this multiply off right quick. And then turn this off. And let me just fill in that little patch that's not filled in. I want to say I have at least the skin layer, right? Am I tripping? I guess not. So let me just fill that in right quick. Oh, whoops. Yeah, yeah. And these are very small nitpicks, but if you can notice it before you wrap it up, that just makes it that much better. So I'm gonna turn that multiply back on and turn the little color effect back on, and that's the drawing, guys. So let me sign my name. I'm gonna sign it because everyone's telling me like my name is so big and everything, like my little signature, whatever. So I'm gonna at least make it a dimmer color, and then I'm gonna get which brush do I usually use to sign my name? I'm gonna go above all these other layers, thicken this up a bit, and hit you with that. All right, and I don't want it to be so prominent. Maybe I do. Let me actually just lower the transparency on it. Hmm. Yeah, I'll hit it like 20 and then just move it over in the corner a bit. I think that works. All right, so that is our picture. We got the Steven versus the kangaroo, Venom twerking, Ring Girl Caitlyn in the back, and the Pope in the back. I think this is a phenomenal picture. I'll be posting it to my Instagram. I didn't do too many effects or anything, but I think overall this is like nice how it looks anyway. So for really 5 hours, because I took like a 20-minute lunch break. But for 5 hours, this was a pretty good drawing. So let me check the chat and see if there's any other final thoughts. Looks like we're straight. So with that being said, I'm gonna, go ahead and thank everybody for coming out, and I'll be posting this on Instagram. But with that, the stream is over. So thanks for showing up, and I guess I'll see you in either the next video, or if I do a stream again, then I'll see you in the next stream. So peace.